Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact, seal our agreement with a like, and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. The bridge was gone. Half the structure just ended. Twisted metal jutting into black air. The gorge yawned beneath the headlamps at 3:14 a.m., and my hand was already slamming the emergency brake before my mind caught up. The lever shrieked down. The train did not slow. I pulled again. Harder. The brake mechanism screamed. Metal grinding against metal, that high whine that should mean friction, resistance, physics obeying the rules. But the wheels kept turning beneath me. The speedometer needle didn't drop. We hurtled forward at 43 miles per hour toward empty space. 6 passengers behind me in car 7. I could feel their weight, their silence. My mouth tasted like diesel and old coffee. The radio crackled with static, and under it, something else. A whisper that might have been coordinates, might have been a name. I yanked the brake a third time. My palm burned against the cold metal handle. The gorge rushed closer. 50 meters, 40. The collapsed section of bridge growing in the windshield like a mouth opening. But what I saw on the platform changed everything. A figure stood there, on the phantom station that shouldn't exist. Millbrook had been demolished in 2019. I'd checked the records myself, hands shaking over faded reports. Yet there it was, cracked concrete, rusted benches, and a man in a conductor's uniform, watching me. His face was mine, 20 years older, hollow eyes, worn badge catching the light. He didn't move, didn't wave, just stood there with his arms at his sides like he'd been waiting, like he'd always been waiting. The train shuddered. A vibration that started in the wheels and climbed up through the floor, through my boots, into my bones. Behind me, footsteps. All 6 passengers moving in unison, their shoes clicking against metal in perfect rhythm. I didn't turn around. 30 meters to the bridge. 20. The smell hit me then, burnt rubber and something wrong. Something that didn't belong in the clean diesel air of the southbound track. It crawled into my throat and stayed there. The older version of me raised his hand. Not a wave, a gesture I couldn't read. And that's when the metal began to shriek in earnest. 1 week before that moment, before the bridge, before the shrieking metal, I was running empty trains through the dark. The rhythm never changed. Riverside Terminal at 2:30 a.m. Southbound maintenance run. Check the tracks, test the signals, return before dawn. 42 years old, and I knew every kilometer of that line like the back of my scarred hands. The diesel smell clung to my uniform. The radio crackled with Mara's impatient voice every hour, asking for coordinates. The train wheels hummed their endless song beneath me. 3:14 a.m. The southbound track stretched ahead into nothing but darkness and scattered maintenance lights. My coffee had gone cold an hour ago. I'd stopped tasting it anyway. Then, I saw the platform. Millbrook Station materialized out of the black like a photograph developing in reverse. Yellow lights, cracked concrete, a single figure standing at the far end motionless. My hand reached for the radio. "Dispatch, this is Callahan, I'm seeing Millbrook Station." Static. Then Mara's voice, sharp with annoyance. "Millbrook was demolished in 2019, Vincent. You're seeing reflections from the new bypass lights." But I wasn't. The figure hadn't moved, hadn't even shifted weight from one foot to the other. Something about that stillness made my throat tighten. What would you do? Keep rolling past something impossible or trust what your eyes are screaming at you? I pulled the brake. The train slowed, stopped. The hiss of released pressure filled the cabin. Through the window, the platform waited. Real, solid. The smell of night air mixed with something else, something faintly wrong like ozone before a lightning strike. I stood. My legs moved without consulting my brain. The door opened with a pneumatic sigh, and I stepped onto a station that shouldn't exist. My footsteps echoed on cracked concrete. The figure stood 20 paces away, back turned, wearing a conductor's uniform identical to mine. Same navy wool, same silver buttons catching the dim overhead lights. I stopped walking. The ozone smell was stronger here, mixed with something else. Stale coffee, diesel, the scent of my own jacket after a double shift. The figure turned around. Have you ever seen your own face grown old? Not in a mirror, not imagining it. Actually standing there, looking back at you. It was me. 60 years old, maybe older. Deep lines carved around the eyes, hollow cheeks. Exhausted in a way sleep could never fix. His uniform hung loose on a frame that had forgotten how to eat properly. He held a sheet of paper in trembling hands. "Vincent." His voice was mine but rusted. "You need to see this." I didn't move, couldn't. My throat had sealed shut. He stepped forward, held out the paper, a passenger manifest. The date at the top read next Tuesday, 3:14 a.m., southbound track. 6 names typed in neat rows. Vincent Callahan was listed first. "Don't," his voice cracked, "don't take the southbound run. When dispatch calls Tuesday night, you have to refuse." The paper felt real in my hands. Standard issue manifest. Coffee-stained edges, but the names Bate Carver, Samuel Ortiz, Nina Wells, Thomas Ridley, Chloe Brennan, and mine right at the top. "The bridge collapsed in 2019, he whispered. "But the track still goes there at 3:14. It always goes there." My older self's eyes met mine. They were drowning. "I've tried to stop it 11 times. He stepped back toward the platform edge. "Now it's your turn." The lights flickered. When they steadied, he was gone. But what I found written on the back of that manifest would make refusing impossible. I drove straight to the county record's office. 4:30 a.m. The night clerk looked at me like I was insane. Maybe I was. My reflection in the glass door showed wild eyes, conductor's uniform wrinkled from. What? Standing on a platform that shouldn't exist. Talking to myself 20 years older. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I signed the visitor log. My hand cramped around the pen. I'd been gripping that manifest so hard my fingers ached. The computer hummed in the basement archives. Old machine. Slow internet connection. I typed Millbrook Station into the search bar and waited while the screen flickered. Rain drummed against the high windows. Each drop felt like a second ticking away toward next Tuesday. The first result loaded. Millbrook Station. Demolished June 7, 2019. Reason: structural instability following track realignment. I clicked deeper. Found the incident report buried 3 pages down. The PDF took forever to open. My heartbeat filled my ears while I waited. Can you imagine that feeling? Knowing what you're about to read will either prove you insane or confirm something worse. The file opened. Derailment. Old Bridge Route. June 4, 2019. 3:14 a.m. My coffee had gone cold beside the keyboard. I didn't touch it. Couldn't. My eyes locked on the next line. 7 fatalities. 6 passengers. 1 conductor. The words blurred. I blinked hard. Read it again. No names released pending family notification. Of course not. Why would there be names? Why would anything be easy? But what I found next made my stomach drop. The accident analysis section detailed track specifications. The southbound bypass merged with the old line for exactly 400 meters before diverging again. During that brief overlap, trains could theoretically access the abandoned route if the switching mechanism failed. 400 meters. The same distance my older self had mentioned. The exact measurement written on the back of the manifest now folded in my jacket pocket. I scrolled faster. The report noted that the bridge structure had shown stress fractures for months before the collapse. Warning signs ignored. Maintenance delayed. Then one night, a southbound train carrying 7 people hit the weakened section at full speed. Half the bridge gave way. The train went into the gorge. My hands started shaking. I gripped the edge of the desk but couldn't make them stop. The screen swam in front of me. 7 dead. Same number. Same time. Same track. I clicked to the next page. There was a photograph, black and white, taken from the gorge looking up. Twisted metal tangled with broken concrete. And there, barely visible in the grainy image, something that made my breath catch: a conductor's cap, lying in the debris. It looked exactly like mine, but the detail that changed everything came in the final paragraph of the summary. I didn't call in sick. Maybe I should have. But the thought of sitting alone in my apartment with those photographs burned into my mind. No, at least on the southbound track I could move, keep my hands busy, pretend the world still made sense. Wednesday night arrived cold and clear. The maintenance run stretched ahead like always: empty cars, buzzing fluorescents at Riverside Terminal, the steady rhythm of rails beneath my boots. I'd done this route for 17 years, every switch, every signal, every curve memorized in my bones. At 3:13 a.m., I poured coffee from my thermos. The steam curled up, smelling burnt even though I just brewed it. My hand shook. Coffee slopped over the rim. Then, the radio crackled. Not voices, not dispatch, just static, low and grinding like teeth on metal. It filled car 7 with a sound that made my jaw ache. I reached for the volume knob. 3:14 a.m. The static stopped. The silence that followed felt worse. Can you imagine that? When quiet becomes the thing you fear. I sat there in my cabin, coffee cooling in my hand, and understood that something had changed. The air tasted metallic. Wrong. Thursday night. Same route. Same empty cars. I told myself it was atmospheric interference, solar flares, something rational. 3:14 a.m. arrived. The static returned, louder this time, angry, and beneath it I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through car 6 behind me. I was alone on that train. I'd checked twice, before departure and again at the first signal stop. But those footsteps didn't care what I'd checked. They moved closer, boot heels on metal flooring. 1, 2, 3, 4. I spun around, empty doorway, empty car beyond, just shadows and the smell of diesel. But what I didn't know yet, what I wouldn't understand until much later, was that I wasn't hearing footsteps from outside. I was hearing them from another time entirely. Friday night I found the manifest. It sat on my clipboard in car 7. Crisp white paper. Passenger manifest dated Tuesday next week. 6 names typed in perfect columns: Bate Carver, Samuel Ortiz, Nina Wells, Thomas Ridley, Chloe Brennan, and, Vincent Callahan, my name listed first. I stared at it until the letters blurred. My mouth went dry. This wasn't procedure. Dispatch sends manifests electronically always and never for maintenance runs. Never with the conductor's name as a passenger. My fingers felt numb as I lifted the paper. It was real, solid. The ink didn't smudge. I walked to the window, cranked it open. Cold air rushed in, biting my face. I threw the manifest into the night, watched it tumble into darkness between the rails. Gone, problem solved, just stress and lack of sleep playing tricks. I'd call my doctor, get something for the insomnia, maybe take a few days off after Tuesday's shift. Saturday night I arrived early for my run, checked car 7 top to bottom, inspected my clipboard, empty metal clip, nothing else. Relief settled over me like a blanket. See, just exhaustion. The mind invents what it fears. I'd learned that after the divorce when I'd hear Emma's voice calling from empty rooms. 3:14 a.m., static, footsteps, and, oh God. When I looked down at my clipboard, the manifest had returned. Same paper, same 6 names, same date. But this time there was something else. Something I'd missed before, or something that hadn't been there. At the bottom of the page, in handwriting I recognized as my own, though I'd never written it, were coordinates. Numbers that marked a single location. The old bridge, 400 meters down the southbound track. Sunday, Monday, every night the same. Static at 3:14. Footsteps that stopped just outside my door. The manifest reappearing no matter how many times I destroyed it, burned it, tore it to pieces, buried it in the terminal trash. Each morning it returned to my clipboard, fresh, perfect. Waiting, I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. The other conductors noticed but didn't ask. You learn not to ask in this job. Everyone carries something. But none of them carried this. Tuesday was coming, the date on the manifest, and somewhere deep in my chest, in a place beyond logic or hope, I knew I would report for that shift, knew I would board that train, knew those 6 passengers would be waiting. What I didn't know was whether I was trying to prevent the derailment or fulfill it. Tuesday came. I stood in Riverside Terminal at 2:45 a.m., watching my reflection warp across the polished floor. The coffee in my thermos had gone cold hours ago. Diesel fumes mixed with something else, something burnt. like copper wire left too long on a hot stove. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The platform stretched empty in both directions. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their rhythm matching my pulse. I checked my watch. 2:46. 47. The radio crackled to life. Callahan. Mara's voice cut through the static, sharp and efficient as always. Special assignment. 6 passengers inbound from delayed airport shuttle. Need southbound transport. Immediate departure. My throat tightened. Southbound. The word hung in the air like smoke. I opened my mouth to refuse, to tell her I was sick, to say anything that would keep me off that train. But what came out was different. Copy that. The words weren't mine. They moved through my vocal cords without permission. Automatic. Like my body had rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times before. Can you imagine that? Your own voice betraying you. But the real horror hadn't started yet. Passengers arriving in 5, Mara said. Platform 3. My finger pressed the radio button. Understood. I wanted to scream, to drop the radio and run. My mind screamed no, 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 but my legs carried me toward the platform anyway. One foot in front of the other. Steady. Practiced. The metal railing felt ice cold under my palm, slick with condensation that shouldn't be there in October. 6 names burned in my memory. Bate Carver, Samuel Ortiz, Nina Wells, Thomas Ridley, Chloe Brennan, Vincent Callahan. And then I heard them, footsteps approaching through the terminal. 6 sets of shoes clicking against concrete in perfect unison. Bate Carver stepped aboard first. The smell hit me before she reached the top step. Diesel and burnt rubber, thick enough to coat my throat. I swallowed hard. She wore a gray coat, clean pressed. But the smell clung to her like she'd been bathing in engine grease. Evening, I managed. She didn't respond. Her eyes passed over me without recognition. Empty, like I wasn't there at all. Samuel Ortiz followed. When he handed me his ticket, his fingers brushed mine, and oh God, the cold. Not winter cold. Morgue cold. The kind that sinks into bone. I yanked my hand back instinctively, but he'd already moved past, settling into the second row without a word. Nina Wells boarded next. She stared at me, didn't blink, not once. I counted. 5 seconds, 10, 15. Her pupils stayed fixed, wide and glassy under the fluorescent lights. The air around her felt wrong somehow. Thinner. Ma'am, you can take any. 3:14, she whispered. My stomach dropped. Thomas Ridley shuffled up the steps, lips moving. I leaned closer, straining to hear. The bridge is out, the bridge is out, the bridge is out. Over and over. Same rhythm, same dead tone. He took his seat beside Nina, still whispering, hands folded in his lap like a child at prayer. Chloe Brennan came last. No luggage, not even a purse. Just her in a blue dress that looked decades out of style. She paused at the top step, tilted her head, and smiled at me. It wasn't a human smile. The 6th passenger, where was the 6th? I counted again. Bate, Samuel, Nina, Thomas. Chloe, 5. The manifest said 6, but what I didn't know yet was that the 6th passenger had been standing there all along. The 6th name on the manifest was mine. The realization hit like ice water. I turned from the passenger manifest, hand trembling against the cabin wall, and faced the windshield. Darkness rushed past. The rails hummed their monotonous song. Then the air changed. It smelled wrong, like ozone and rust in something older, the kind of smell that clings to abandoned places. My watch read 3:14 a.m. exactly. The train's rhythm slowed without me touching the controls. And there, oh God, there it was, Millbrook Station materialized from nothing. The platform glowed under fluorescent lights that shouldn't exist. Benches, a faded schedule board, all of it solid, real. The station demolished 6 years ago stood before me like a photograph bleeding into the present. A figure waited on the platform. But what I saw in that figure's face would make the next 60 seconds feel like drowning. My hand moved to the brake. I didn't want to stop. Every instinct screamed to accelerate, to blow past this impossible place. But my fingers closed around the lever anyway. The train shuddered, squealed, stopped. The doors hissed open. Cold air rushed in, winter cold, though it was June. The figure stepped aboard. His boots made hollow sounds on the metal floor. He wore a conductor's uniform, faded and stained with 11 years of phantom diesel. The fabric hung loose on his frame. He looked at me with my own eyes, decades older, exhausted, hollow. "Vincent," he said, his voice was mine, worn thin. "I've been waiting for you, for me, for us." He paused, breath rattling. 11 years I've tried to stop this. Every Tuesday, every loop. Loop, the word scraped out of my throat. He nodded slowly. "You'll stop the train, then you'll start it again." His expression cracked into something like grief. "We always do." But what he said next made my blood turn to sleet. The train lurched forward. I stumbled against the control panel. My hand found the brake lever, pulled, hard, nothing. The wheels screamed faster. The vibration climbed through my boots into my bones. Metal shrieked against metal, that sound you feel in your teeth, scraping behind your eyes. Behind me, movement. I turned. All 6 passengers stood in perfect unison. Chair springs creaked together like a chorus. They stepped into the aisle, 1 foot, then another, moving toward me with that same unnatural stillness I'd seen when they boarded. Bate Carver at the front, Samuel Ortiz behind her, Nina Wells clutching her stopped watch. Their faces, oh God, their faces were mine, not copies, not masks. My face at 20, my face at 35, my face gaunt and hollow at 50. Different ages worn on different bodies, but the same eyes staring back. My eyes, all of them watching me from 6 separate timelines. And no, the word barely escaped. They said nothing, just kept walking. The smell of burnt rubber thickened in the narrow cabin, diesel and something worse beneath it, something rotting. The train accelerated harder. Through the windshield, the darkness peeled away. The old bridge materialized. Half its iron skeleton jutted over the gorge, the other half, gone. Just empty air and a 400-meter drop into black water. My hands flew to the controls. Emergency brake, manual override, the throttle lever. Nothing responded. The passengers were 3 meters away. 2. Their mouths moved in sync, whispering coordinates I couldn't quite hear. Metal groaned. The rails beneath us twisted. The world tilted left, then right, then up became down, and down became everything inverted. And in that final moment before the bridge, I understood what waited at the bottom of the loop. Cold concrete pressed against my cheek. I opened my eyes. Platform lights flickered overhead. The same yellow sodium glow. My mouth tasted like copper and diesel. I pushed myself up. My hands. When did they get so weathered? Deep lines carved across the knuckles, liver spots. I looked down at my uniform, worn, frayed at the cuffs. The fabric had that permanent crease of years, not days. My watch. I twisted my wrist. The date glowed back at me. 11 years. 11 years. Forward, the memory of the crash flooded back. The inverted world, the bridge, the passengers with my face. I touched my jaw, older, skin sagging. I ran my tongue over my teeth. One missing in the back. Oh God. The platform stretched in both directions. Empty. Silent. No exit signs, no stairs, just the tracks and the phantom station that should not exist. But I knew what came next. I had always known. A low rumble vibrated through the concrete. I turned. Headlights pierced the darkness. 3:14 a.m. The southbound maintenance train rounded the curve. Same route, same speed. My chest tightened. Not from fear anymore, from recognition. The train slowed. I stepped to the edge of the platform. The headlights washed over me and I saw him through the cabin window. Younger, 42. Eyes not yet hollowed by this place. Me. He looked confused, frightened. His hand hovered over the brake. I raised my hand, slowly. The gesture I remembered seeing 11 years ago, or was it 1 week ago? Time had no meaning here. The train stopped. He would step out. I would give him the warning. The manifest. He would try to change things, and next Tuesday, he would crash anyway. The loop begins. The camera feed shows nothing but concrete and shadow. 2:21 a.m. My coffee's gone cold in the cup, ceramic rough against my palm. The office hums with fluorescent persistence. That low electric drone that fills every silence at Pinewood Self-Storage. I've been staring at monitor 3 for the past hour. Unit 89. Same gray walls. Same stack of cardboard boxes in the corner. Same empty 10 by 10 space that shouldn't make my chest tight. The motion alarm has triggered every night for a month now, always at 2:22. Sharon says it's faulty wiring, tells me to ignore it, but here I am, watching, waiting. The burnt coffee smell stings my nostrils. I lean closer to the screen. 2:22. The overhead light in Unit 89 flickers, once, twice, then floods the space with harsh white glare. My breath stops. A figure steps out from the back corner, not from a door. The concrete wall behind him is solid. I can see it clearly on the feed. He just emerges, like he'd been standing there in two-dimensional space. Wearing my jacket, the brown canvas one with the torn left pocket. My boots, steel-toed, scuffed at the heel. He's holding my flashlight, the heavy mag light I keep on my belt. I glance down. It's still there, clipped to my hip, cold and real under my fingertips. But what happened next made my stomach drop. The figure walks toward the camera. Slow. Deliberate, boots scraping concrete with each step. I can almost hear it through the silent feed. He stops directly beneath the lens, tilts his head up, and stares, not at the camera, at me. His face fills the monitor, every detail sharp, every feature familiar, because I'm looking at myself. My hand fumbles for the phone. It rings once before I realize. Who exactly am I planning to call? I didn't call anyone. Instead, I pulled up the archive. My hands were shaking as I clicked through folders, each labeled by date. The mouse felt slick under my palm, sweat, I realized. The office smelled like stale air and old coffee. I started with last week, Wednesday, 2:22 a.m. The timestamp flickered on screen, and there he was, walking from the back corner, wearing my jacket. Tuesday, same thing. Monday, the week before, every single night. The pattern stretched back and back and back. What would you do? Keep watching, or stop before you found something worse? I kept watching. 30 nights of footage, 30 identical appearances at 2:22 a.m. exactly. The figure always emerged from solid concrete, always wore my clothes, always walked to the camera, always stared. But what I discovered in the rental database made my chest tighten in a way the footage hadn't. I pulled up Unit 89's account details. The screen loaded slowly, pixels assembling like they were reluctant to show me the truth. Tenant name, blank. Contact information, blank. Emergency contact, blank. Autopay active. I clicked the payment history. The entries scrolled down 3 months, 6 months, a year. Oh, 3 years, 3 years of automated monthly payments. No missed months, no contact. No visits logged in our access records. Not one. I grabbed the phone, dialed Sharon's emergency line. It rang 4 times before her voicemail picked up, that clipped, dismissive tone even in her greeting. I tried her cell. Straight to voicemail. I tried the regional office number. The line was dead. I went to the filing cabinet, pulled the drawer marked lease agreements. My fingers walked through the tabs. Unit 87, Unit 88, Unit 90. No Unit 89. The folder didn't exist. Sharon had told me she'd check the records, but there were no records to check. There never had been. And that's when I understood someone had erased every trace of whoever rented that unit, or something was making sure I could never find out who they were. I stood outside Unit 89 at 2:18 a.m., master key cold against my palm. The erased records meant someone wanted this tenant invisible. Therefore, I had to see what they were hiding. The lock clicked open. The door swung inward on silent hinges. I stepped inside and the smell hit me first, cardboard and concrete dust, but underneath something else. Stale air that hadn't circulated in years. My flashlight beam swept across the space. Cardboard boxes lined both side walls, stacked 3 high, their surfaces filmed with dust thick enough to write in. 10 by 10. That's all it was. I moved toward the back wall, boots scuffing against concrete. The beam traveled across the surface. Solid. No seams, no door frame, no hinges. Just cold gray concrete that had been poured decades ago. I pressed my palm flat against it. The chill bit into my skin immediately. Deeper cold than it should be. Wrong cold. Can you imagine standing in a locked box, knowing someone identical to you walks out of that solid wall every night? I checked my watch. 2:21. 1 minute. The boxes closest to me had no labels, no markings. I ran my finger across the nearest one, leaving a trail through the dust. Underneath, the cardboard looked new, fresh, but the dust suggested years of abandonment. My chest tightened. Something here didn't. The overhead light blazed on. I hadn't touched the switch. 2:22 a.m. exactly. The fluorescent tube hummed above me, harsh white light flooding every corner. My shadow stretched long across the floor. I spun toward the door, and that's when I heard them. Footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, boot heels on concrete. I whipped around, flashlight raised like a weapon. The back wall stared back, empty, solid. The footsteps continued, closer. My breathing caught in my throat. I could hear the leather creak with each step, the exact sound my boots made, but I saw nothing, no one. The steps stopped, right behind me, but what I felt on the back of my neck would make me question everything I knew about that concrete wall. The footsteps stopped. I didn't move, couldn't move. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water at depth, heavy, wrong. My breath came in short pulls, too loud in the concrete box. Nothing stood behind me, I knew that. I'd seen the empty space when I spun around. But the presence remained, a weight in the air, the feeling of being watched by something that occupied the same space I did. The cold hit next, not gradual, instant. My skin prickled, arms breaking out in goose flesh beneath my jacket. Each exhale turned to white fog, curling in the fluorescent glare. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in seconds. I could smell it now. That mineral scent of deep earth, of places that never see sunlight. Movement caught my eye. On the nearest cardboard box, ink appeared, fresh, black, bleeding through the brown surface in slow, deliberate strokes. Letters forming one by one, as if an invisible hand pressed a marker to the cardboard. My heart slammed against my ribs. I stepped closer, watching the words materialize. You've been living in Unit 89 for 3 years. The handwriting was neat, careful, familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. You're not the guard, you're the tenant. More words bled through, darker now, faster. Check the employee records. But what I would find there would shatter everything I thought I knew about myself. My breath fogged thicker. The cold burrowed into my bones. Behind me, the metal door whispered shut, a soft click that sounded like a confession. Then the lock. One clean metallic snap. I turned. The door was sealed, and something in the corner began to move. I didn't wait for whatever moved in that corner. I slammed into the door, shoulder first. The metal shrieked against the frame, but the lock held. My breath came in short bursts, fogging the air in front of me, fog that hung there too long, refusing to dissipate. I hit it again, again. The sound echoed through the concrete box, and beneath it I heard something else. Footsteps shuffling closer behind me. The lock gave. I stumbled into the hallway, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. A half-second delay between the sound and the flicker, like the building itself was out of sync. My boots pounded against the concrete floor as I ran. Every corner I turned looked identical. Every hallway empty. Can you imagine that kind of silence? The kind that presses against your eardrums like water. But what I found in the office would make the silence seem merciful. The filing cabinet sat against the back wall, same as always. My hands shook as I yanked open the employee drawer. Cross, Ethan. The folder was thin. I flipped it open on the desk under the flickering monitor light. Hire date, October 5th, 3 years ago. The same date stamped on Unit 89's rental agreement. My stomach dropped. I turned the page, and there it was. The previous night guard's employee photo, paperclip to the top. My face, my exact face. But the name underneath, Nathan Pierce. I grabbed the rental agreement from the second drawer. The signature at the bottom was unmistakable. Those loops, that slant, my handwriting, I'd signed it 3 years ago. The monitor behind me flickered. All 12 camera feeds blinked to black simultaneously. Then one by one they came back on. And that's when I saw what was waiting in the other units. The monitors flickered back to life, and Unit 34's alarm screamed. The sound tore through the silence, high and piercing, the kind that makes your teeth ache. I spun toward the wall of screens, fingers already reaching for the feed controls, and froze. On camera 34, a figure stood motionless in the center of the frame, wearing my jacket, my boots. Standing the way I stand when I'm thinking, weight shifted to the left, hands loose at my sides. The overhead light carved shadows across a face I'd seen in the mirror every morning for as long as I could remember. My face. The alarm from Unit 57 joined the chorus before I could breathe. Then Unit 112. The shrill electronic wail layered into something that felt like screaming, like the building itself was trying to warn me. I punched up the feeds with shaking hands. Unit 57, another me, this one closer to the camera, staring directly at the lens with eyes that didn't blink. Unit 112, standing in profile, perfectly still like a photograph come to life. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Not in a mirror, not in a reflection, but standing separate, breathing in spaces you've never been, watching you through glass and wire. What I saw next changed everything. All three versions turned their heads at exactly the same moment, synchronized, deliberate, all facing their cameras, all staring at me. The office phone started ringing. The sound cut through the alarms, old and mechanical, the kind of ring that demands answering. My hand moved before my mind could catch up, lifting the receiver to my ear. Static hissed across the line, and then my own voice whispered through it. "Stop running. You know where you belong." The line went dead, but what I heard in the static afterward made my blood freeze. The static faded. I stood frozen at the desk, receiver trembling in my hand. Then, the memories came, two versions, both mine, both real. I remembered my first night as a guard, Sharon showing me the office, explaining the routes, handing me the keys. October 5th, 3 years ago. But I also remembered arriving as a tenant that same night, unloading cardboard boxes from my truck, stacking them in Unit 89, the overhead light humming, never leaving, my chest tightened. Can you imagine holding 2 lifetimes in your skull at once? I pressed my palms against the desk. Cold metal, real. But which version of me was touching it? The guard memory showed me walking these hallways every night, checking locks, reviewing footage. Years of routine. The tenant memory showed me sitting in the dark between those boxes, listening to footsteps outside, waiting for someone to find me. Years of silence. Both felt true. My pulse hammered in my ears. I needed something. Proof, evidence that I wasn't fracturing completely. The desk drawer. I'd opened it 1,000 times, or had I? The metal scraped as I pulled, sharp, tooth-aching sound. Inside, beneath old pens and a broken flashlight, lay a leather journal. Dust rose from its cover, old paper smell, the kind that clings to your throat. I didn't remember putting it there, but I recognized the handwriting before I even opened it. Mine. The first entry was dated 3 years ago, October 5th, the night I started. Everything I read, night 1. Unit 89 triggered again at 2:22. Checked the feed, saw myself inside. This is the 4th year I've watched him. Tomorrow I go back in. Someone else takes the desk. My hands went numb. 4th year. But what the journal revealed on the next page made my blood turn to ice. I yanked the facility blueprints from the filing cabinet, my fingers trembling as I unrolled the yellowed paper across the desk. The smell of old ink and dust filled my nostrils, but something was wrong. I traced the hallway grid with my fingertip. Units 76, 83, 91. The numbers jumped. No Unit 89. It didn't exist on the map. My pulse hammered in my ears. I'd walked into that unit, touched its walls, breathed its stale air. How could it not? I had to see for myself. The hallway fluorescence buzzed overhead as I rushed toward the west corridor, my boots echoing on concrete. Left at the junction. Past Unit 76. The rhythm of my breathing matched my footsteps, faster, faster. But when I reached the end of the hall, I stood facing Unit 89's door. I turned around, retraced my steps, took a different route. Right this time, then straight through the North Passage. Unit 89, can you imagine? Every path, every turn, leading back to the same door. I tried again, and again. The building's geometry folded in on itself like a paper loop, impossible angles connecting hallways that shouldn't meet. But what I saw in the window reflection stopped me cold. The glass showed me standing there, wearing my gray jacket, except I was wearing my blue shirt. I stepped closer, breath fogging the cold surface, and watched the reflection move differently. It turned its head before I did, raised its hand while mine stayed at my side. I spun around. The hallway behind me was empty, except for another window, another reflection. This one in my uniform from 3 years ago. I looked left, right. Every window, every glass surface showed a different version of me, standing in positions I wasn't standing in, wearing clothes I'd forgotten I owned. And that's when I understood the building wasn't looping. I was existing in all the loops simultaneously. I ran. Gravel sprayed beneath my boots as I tore across the parking lot toward my truck, keys already in my hand. Trembling fingers. The door handle was cold, so cold it burned, but I yanked it open and threw myself inside. Engine, turn the key. Go. The headlights carved 2 tunnels through the darkness, illuminating the woods at the lot's edge. I slammed the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spitting stones against the undercarriage in a metallic hail. The tree line rushed toward me and stayed exactly where it was. I pressed harder. The speedometer climbed, 20, 30, 40, but the woods remained frozen in the same position like a photograph held just out of reach. My heart hammered against my ribs as I glanced at the GPS mounted on the dash. 0.0 miles per hour. The coordinates hadn't changed. What would you do if the world stopped moving around you but you kept going? I spun the wheel. The truck fishtailed, pivoted. I aimed back toward the access road, but the gravel stretched endlessly in every direction now, a gray ocean that rippled and reformed. 5 parking spaces. That's all there should be. Instead, the lot had become something vast and impossible, swallowing distance itself. But what I hadn't realized yet was that distance wasn't the problem. The clock on the dash blinked. 1:59 a.m., 210, 221, 222. The truck vanished. I was sitting at my desk. The office. The monitor wall glowed in front of me, security feeds flickering across 12 screens. My coffee sat exactly where I'd left it, still warm, the steam curling upward in lazy spirals that smelled like burnt grounds and rust. On screen 4, Unit 89, I stared. A figure sat at a metal desk inside the unit facing a monitor. He wore my jacket, my posture. His hand hovered over a coffee cup. He was watching me. What happened next made my blood freeze. We both turned. Simultaneously. The exact same motion. The exact same angle. Two bodies moving as one across the distance between us. His eyes met mine through 2 layers of camera feed. Him watching me watching him. And in that moment of perfect synchronization, I heard it. Click the lock on the office door. The lock on Unit 89's door, both turning. At exactly 2:22 a.m., the lights went out, complete, total, the kind of darkness that pressed against my eyes like cold water. I heard breathing. Close, too close. We never leave Unit 89. My voice, not an echo, not a recording, my voice. Speaking from the space beside me. We just take turns. The air temperature dropped so fast my lungs burned. I felt the words more than heard them, vibrating through the desk surface under my palms. Tonight you go back inside. I wanted to run. My legs wouldn't move, couldn't move. Because somewhere deep in the fog of my fractured memory I knew I'd already said these exact words before. The monitor flickered back to life, a pale blue glow casting the only light in the office. My hands looked gray in its wash. Dead hands. On the screen, Unit 89's door stood open, and I watched myself walk toward it. Not the me sitting frozen at this desk, but another me, wearing my jacket, my boots, moving with my gait. He stepped over the threshold without hesitation, without looking back. The door closed behind him with a soft metallic click that echoed through the speakers. The lock turned. But what happened next made my blood turn to ice. Because on a different monitor, the one showing the security office, I saw the chair I was sitting in. Empty, just an empty chair slowly rotating as if someone had just stood up. Then I heard footsteps behind me, my own footsteps, walking away. The office door opened, closed. I sat at the desk. My hand reached for the cold coffee cup. The monitors glowed steady. Unit 89 showed a figure standing motionless inside, staring at the camera. At 2:22 a.m. tomorrow night, the alarm would trigger again, and I would watch myself walk into Unit 89. Because we never leave. We just take turns guarding each other. The fabric felt wrong the moment I touched it. Cold. Too cold for something that had just finished a hot cycle. I pulled the bundle from washer 7, and the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed louder, as if they were listening. The smell hit me next, detergent, yes, but underneath, something metallic, copper. I unfolded the wet uniform, navy blue, security guard patch on the shoulder, and stitched across the chest pocket in white thread, Owen Brady, my name. My hands shook as I dug deeper into the drum. Keys, my keys, the ones with the bottle opener keychain my sister gave me 3 years ago. My wallet, leather warped and swollen. And a phone, not mine, newer. I pressed the power button. The screen lit up my face in cold blue light, and there was only one file saved. A video, time-stamped 6 months ago. January 14th. I should not have played it. The footage was grainy, security camera quality. The parking lot outside, I recognized the cracked asphalt, the 2 flickering streetlights. A man walked toward a sedan. He moved the way I move, shoulders hunched, hands in pockets. Then headlights flooded the frame. The impact was soundless, but I heard it anyway. The wet crunch of metal meeting bone. The body, my body, crumpled against the hood and rolled to the pavement. The car did not stop. Tail lights disappeared into the dark. The timestamp blinked, 1:30 a.m., but that was impossible. I had never worked here 6 months ago. I had never. The door chime rang. I looked up. A man stood in the entrance, garbage bag in hand, staring at me with hollow, unblinking eyes. The clock on the wall read 1:30 a.m. What he did next would prove I had been dead all along. My mind raced back. 4 nights earlier. The shift had started like all the others. 10 p.m. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, that sharp detergent smell already burrowing into my nostrils. Dennis came in first, hauling his bundled sleeping bag, nodding at me with that cracked tooth smile. I nodded back. We never talked much, but the acknowledgement mattered, you know. It was the only proof I existed some nights. Patty arrived around 11. Same anxious shuffle, same 3 blankets. She loaded washer 9, avoided eye contact, fed the machine quarters 1 by 1. The metallic clink echoed in the empty space. I busied myself wiping down the folding tables, pretending I had purpose. The hours crawled. Dennis left around midnight. Patty's dryer hummed its monotonous song. I scrolled my phone, refreshed emails that never came, checked messages from people who had stopped asking how I was. Can you imagine that kind of loneliness? Not dramatic, just hollow, but what happened at 1:30 would change everything. The door chimed. A man entered, tall, gaunt, eyes sunken like he hadn't slept in weeks. He carried a black garbage bag, the plastic crinkling with each step. His shoes squeaked on the linoleum. Patty glanced up, then quickly away. He went straight to washer 7. I watched him load the clothes, slow, deliberate, like he was performing surgery. He fed quarters into the slot, 8 of them. The machine chugged to life, water gushing, drum spinning. And then, he just sat there, in the plastic chair across from it, staring, not glancing, not checking his phone, staring, unblinking. The washer hummed its cycle. I felt the vibration through the floor. 45 minutes passed. The spin cycle finished with that final mechanical groan. The man stood, walked to the door, and left. He didn't take the clothes. And that's when I realized something was very, very wrong. He came back the next night. Same time, 1:30 exactly. The door chimed and I looked up from the inventory clipboard, already knowing what I'd see. The same gaunt figure, the same garbage bag slung over his shoulder, the same hollow eyes that refused to meet mine. He walked straight to washer 7, dropped in 8 quarters, the metallic clink echoing through the empty laundromat. The sound felt too loud, too deliberate. He loaded the clothes without ceremony, shut the door, pressed the buttons. Then he sat in the same plastic chair, 3 feet away, and stared. and stared. I tried to focus on my work. I wiped down the folding tables. I restocked dryer sheets. I kept glancing over, expecting him to check his phone, stretch his legs, do something human. But he just watched. The drum spun behind the cloudy glass, clothes tumbling in a slow, hypnotic circle. His face never changed. 45 minutes. I timed it. When the cycle finished, the washer chimed its cheerful little beep. The man stood. He walked to the door. He left without touching the machine. The clothes sat there, damp and forgotten, smelling faintly of cheap detergent. What kind of person does that twice? The third night, I was ready for him. I told myself I'd ask. Something casual. Hey, you forgot your laundry again. Simple, non-threatening. But when 1:30 came, when the door chimed and he walked through with that same dead-eyed stare, the words caught in my throat because there was something wrong with his face. Not disfigured, not injured, just absent, like a photograph of a person instead of the person themselves. He repeated the ritual 8 quarters, washer 7, the chair, the stare. This time I counted the seconds. 2,700. Exactly 45 minutes. He stood, turned, and walked out into the night. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, filling the silence he left behind. I waited 5 minutes. Then I crossed to washer 7 and opened the door. The smell hit me first, detergent, yes, but underneath it something faintly metallic. I pulled out the clothes piece by piece. A pair of jeans, faded, worn at the knees, 2 gray t-shirts, a flannel button-up with a frayed collar, socks, boxers, ordinary, completely, frustratingly ordinary. I pressed my palm against the inside of the drum. Cold metal, nothing hidden, nothing strange. I ran my fingers along the rubber seal, checking for what? A note, a clue. Can you imagine searching a washing machine for answers and having no idea what questions you're even asking? That's when I saw it. A scratch on the glass door. Thin, curved, like someone had dragged a key across the surface in a slow arc. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the glass. I'd worked here for 2 years. I knew every stain on the linoleum, every loose button on the chairs, every temperamental machine. I had never seen this scratch before, but, oh, I knew it. The shape of it, the angle, the way it caught the light. Why did it feel like I'd traced it with my own fingers 100 times before? My hands shook as I dialed. The phone felt cold against my ear, too cold, like pressing ice to skin. The detergent smell in the air turned sharp, almost chemical. 3 rings. 4. Non-emergency line, this is Officer Ramsey. My throat tightened. I need to ask about a case. A hit and run. Outside the Suds and Spin laundromat on Archer Street. Keys clicking on the other end. Slow, mechanical. Date of incident. 6 months ago, January 14th. More clicking. A long pause that stretched too thin. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed louder, vibrating through my skull like static. We have that file, Ramsey said. His voice was flat, professional, detached in a way that made my stomach drop. Victim was Owen Brady, 34 years old, struck by a vehicle at approximately 1:30 a.m., declared dead at the scene. The floor tilted. That's me, I whispered. I'm Owen Brady. Silence. Sir, I don't know what you're. I'm telling you, I'm Owen Brady. I work here. I'm standing in the laundromat right now. Sir. His tone shifted, careful. The way you talk to someone unstable. Owen Brady was pronounced dead 6 months ago. The case is still open, unsolved. The phone slipped in my sweat-slicked palm. I pulled it away from my ear, and that's when I saw the screen. The date glowed white against black. January 14th. Not 6 months later. Not moved on, today, right now. The walls hummed. Not the machines, the walls themselves, pulsing with that fluorescent static, alive with something I couldn't name. The uniform on the folding table felt heavier, watching me with its empty name tag. But what I didn't understand yet was why the clock still hadn't moved past 1:29. My thumb trembled against the phone screen. I typed my own name into the search bar. The blue glow threw shadows across the dryer behind me, made the fluorescent hum overhead sound louder, sharper. The detergent smell turned metallic in my throat. The first result appeared. Owen Brady. January 14th, deceased. I tapped it. The obituary loaded in pieces, photo first, then text. My face stared back. Not a selfie I recognized. My sister must have chosen it. The article beneath used words like tragic and unsolved and community loss. I scrolled past the service details, past the survived by line that listed my sister Claire, my parents, past the part that said in lieu of flowers. I kept scrolling, but what I found next would prove far worse than any obituary. The news article appeared third in the search results. Local man killed in hit-and-run outside laundromat. I clicked. The page loaded slowly, each line of text appearing like a sentencing. The journalist had been thorough. Time of impact. Approximately 1:45 a.m. Victim pronounced dead at scene. No witnesses. Security footage inconclusive. There was a photo. Grainy, dark parking lot. Yellow police tape. And beneath a blue tarp in the center of the frame, a shape. My shape. My hands went cold, not nervous cold. Dead cold. I opened my contacts, found Claire. Typed fast before I could think. It's Owen, I'm alive, call me. The message sent. Delivered, but no response came. No 3 dancing dots. Nothing. I dialed my landlord. The phone rang once, then a recorded voice. The number you have reached has been disconnected. I tried my parents. Disconnected. I tried the convenience store below my apartment. Disconnected. Every number I called, every person I texted, led nowhere. But then I heard something that made my blood freeze entirely. I wasn't going to wait until 1:30. The clock above the register read 1:15 a.m., 15 minutes before whatever was supposed to happen, before the man came through that door, before time folded in on itself again. I grabbed my jacket and shoved my phone into my pocket. My hands shook, but I moved anyway. The fluorescent lights hummed louder as I crossed the tile floor. Each step echoed wrong, like the room was listening. I reached the front door and pulled. Nothing. I pulled harder. The handle was ice cold under my palm, colder than metal should ever feel indoors. The lock was turned to open position, but the door wouldn't move. "Come on," I whispered. My breath fogged in front of my face. When did it get so cold? I slammed my shoulder into the glass. Pain shot down my arm. The door didn't even rattle. It felt solid, immovable, like pushing against a wall. But the building had other plans for me. I turned and ran for the back exit, the employee door near the storage closet. Locked. I fumbled for my car keys, thinking maybe I could just drive through the damn window if I had to. What would you do, trapped in a place that shouldn't be able to hold you? I sprinted into the parking lot through the side door. It opened. Relief flooded through me for half a second. My sedan sat under the flickering street light. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted hard. The key snapped. Clean. Sharp. The metal broke in my hand like it was made of glass. I stared at the jagged edge, and the detergent smell from inside rolled over me in a wave, thick, chemical, suffocating. Then I blinked. The clock read 1:29 a.m. I was standing in front of washer 7. The door was already open, waiting. Inside, folded neatly, the uniform lay damp and ice-cold against my fingers. What happened in those missing 14 minutes, I still can't fully explain. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty: something was coming. And this time, I wouldn't be able to run from it. The door chime rang. 1:30 a.m. Exactly. He walked in with the garbage bag just like before. Same stride, same blank expression. But this time I was waiting. This time I wasn't going to let him load that washer and disappear into the fluorescent hum. Stop, my voice cracked. Just stop. He froze 3 feet from washer 7. The bag slid from his grip, quarters rattling inside. Up close I could see the exhaustion carved into his face. Lines too deep for sleep deprivation alone. Shadows under his eyes that looked permanent. "You know," I said. My hands trembled. "Don't you? You know what's happening." His mouth opened, closed, opened again. "I'm sorry." The words came out like a confession pulled from somewhere deep and rotten. "I'm so sorry, Owen, my name." He said my name. "Who are you?" "Leonard Watts." He swayed slightly as if standing required effort he no longer possessed. I am, the driver." The fluorescent lights buzzed louder. The room tilted. "You hit me." The words felt strange in my mouth. 6 months ago, in the parking lot. He nodded, once, sharp, final, and now I'm trapped. His voice barely rose above a whisper. "I wake up every night at 1:30 a.m. I drive here. I watch you." He swallowed hard. "I watch you walk outside. I hear the impact. I see you fall." Can you imagine that? Watching someone die every single night, the same death, the same moment. But what he said next made my blood freeze. "I've tried everything," Leonard continued, his voice hollow. "Warnings, blocking the door, slashing my own tires. Nothing works." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw something worse than guilt in his eyes. Desperation. "You always walk outside, and time resets." The smell hit me then, sharp and unmistakable. Gasoline, burnt rubber, clinging to his jacket like a ghost that wouldn't let go. The scent crawled into my nose, my throat, familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. I stepped back. He stepped forward. "How many times?" I asked. His laugh came out broken. I stopped counting at 100. The washer behind me hummed. The uniform inside was still damp, still cold, still waiting. And that's when Leonard's eyes shifted past me to the machine and his face went pale, because what he saw there was something he had never seen before. The gasoline smell grew stronger as Leonard swallowed hard. That night, something broke. His voice cracked on the last word. "I hit you at 1:32 a.m. Watched the paramedics load you into the ambulance, drove home, sat in my living room for 6 hours staring at my hands. His fingers trembled now against his thighs. I could see the knuckles blanched white. I fell asleep on the couch, he continued. Woke up behind the wheel, engine running. Clock said 1:30 a.m. He laughed, a hollow, airless sound. Thought I dreamed it. Then I saw you through the window folding towels at the counter. The fluorescent lights hummed louder. My mouth tasted like copper. How many times? I whispered. 147. The number fell between us like a stone. Give or take. I stopped counting after 90. What would you do if you killed someone and had to watch it happen again, and again, and again? I tried everything, Leonard said, his voice barely audible now. First time I ran inside, warned you, begged you not to go outside. You looked at me like I was insane. He rubbed his face with both hands. You walked out anyway at 1:58 a.m., right on schedule. But what he told me next changed everything. I disabled my car, slashed the tires, threw the keys into the storm drain. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with exhaustion I could almost feel in my own bones. Doesn't matter. The loop resets every time you step outside, every single time. And I wake up in the driver's seat, with the engine already running. The parking lot engine idled louder beyond the glass. Leonard's gaze dropped to the uniform still clutched in my hands, and something like recognition flickered across his hollow face. Leonard's face went pale. That's it, he whispered. The uniform, it's the anchor. I stared at the fabric in my hands, still cold, still damp. What do you mean? Every time I've watched you, his voice cracked. You're always wearing it when you step outside. Always. The loop doesn't reset when you walk out. It resets when you walk out wearing that. My fingers tightened around the polyester. The name tag felt like ice against my palm. Could it really be that simple? Destroy the uniform, break the loop. Help me, I said. We dragged the plastic chairs to the door, wedging them under the handle. Leonard shoved the vending machine. It scraped across the tile with a metallic shriek that made my teeth ache. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder as if protesting. I grabbed the uniform and pulled. Hard. The fabric resisted, then tore with a sound like ripping skin. Leonard seized Washer 7's door and yanked it open. The metal hinges screamed. He kicked the drum, once, twice. The third time something inside cracked. The detergent smell intensified, sharp chemical, suffocating. Keep going, Leonard panted. Sweat gleamed on his forehead. I shredded the sleeves, tore the name tag free, stuffed the pieces deep into the broken washer. Leonard pried off the control panel with a mop handle. Wires spilled out like entrails. We stood there, breathing hard, surrounded by wreckage. It has to work, I said. It has to, the lights flickered. Once, twice, can you feel it? That moment when you realize you've made a terrible mistake. The fluorescent hum dropped an octave, then stopped completely. The room plunged into silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums. In the darkness, I heard Leonard's breath catch. Then the lights snapped back on. I was standing at Washer 7. The door was closed, unscratched, humming softly. My hands gripped the uniform, clean, dry, perfectly intact. The name tag gleamed under the lights. Across the room, Leonard sat in the plastic chair, garbage bag at his feet. His eyes were empty. unfocused, staring at nothing. The clock on the wall read 1:30 a.m. But what terrified me most wasn't the reset. It was the realization that destroying the uniform hadn't changed anything at all. The uniform is cold against my chest, but it fits perfectly, like it was always mine. Leonard sits in the chair, eyes vacant, garbage bag at his feet. The clock hums. 1:30 a.m. again, always again. Outside, the engine idles louder, closer. I hear the low rumble through the glass door, feel it vibrating in my ribs. The same engine from the video. The same engine that I press the phone screen. My own voice crackles out, tinny and distant. Yeah, I'm locking up now. Pause. 10 minutes tops. A loop within a loop. I look down at the name stitched across the chest pocket. Owen Brady. The letters are worn smooth, like someone has traced them 1,000 times, like I have. Can you imagine holding the moment of your own death in your hands? It smells wrong. Not detergent, not mildew, something metallic. Burnt rubber and gasoline mixed with something sweeter. Familiar. The smell of the parking lot at 1:30 a.m. I tried to run, tried to hide, tried to destroy it. But what I finally understood was this. The loop does not need Leonard. It needs me. Leonard was just the driver. I am the destination. The fluorescent lights flicker. The door chimes though no one has entered. My legs move without permission, carrying me toward the glass. Through it I see headlights cutting through the dark. Bright, blinding. I reach for the handle. Do I turn it? Do I step outside into the lot where my body was found 6 months ago? The footage never shows. It always cuts to static at 1:31 a.m. 1 minute I do not have. 1 minute I have never seen. My hand closes around cold metal, and for the first time in 6 months, I stop counting. The automated narration cut out at 2:31. I looked up from the console, fingers still hovering over the playback controls. The projection dome hummed through the speakers. That low, electrical thrum I'd heard for 12 years. But the voice smooth, recorded, designed to guide 30 drowsy college kids through the cosmos, had simply stopped. Static crackled, then silence. The control booth felt colder than usual. My breath didn't fog, but the chill bit through my jacket anyway. I tapped the console. Nothing. The coffee beside me had gone lukewarm hours ago, the stale scent mixing with burnt dust from the ancient equipment. Come on, I muttered, fingers dancing across switches. Then the speakers woke up again. But it wasn't the automated narration, it was my voice. You died last show. The words came through clear, calm, like I was reading star coordinates. Cardiac arrest at 2:34 a.m. My hand froze over the keyboard. You are still running shows. No, this was. What a prank. But who would check the schedule? The audio cut again, just the projector hum. That familiar, wrong hum that suddenly felt too loud, too close, pressing against my eardrums like water pressure. What would you do if you heard your own voice tell you that you died? I stared at the console. My reflection stared back from the dark glass separating the booth from the dome beyond. Same tired eyes. Same unwashed hair, same badge clipped to my chest, the laminated photo from 6 years ago when I still smiled. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to touch the keyboard, didn't want to open the booking system, because some part of me, The part that ignored chest pains and worked 70-hour weeks, knew that whatever I found there would change everything. But I reached for the mouse anyway. The screen flickered to life. Blue light washed over my trembling fingers as I navigated to the schedule database. 6 months of bookings loaded in a cascade of entries. I scrolled. Every single entry. 2 a.m. Same time slot. And every single one read the same 2 words. Memorial service. But what I saw in the notes field made my breath catch in my throat. I scrolled. February 3rd, memorial service. February 10th, memorial service. March 17th, memorial service. Every entry at 2 a.m., every single one. The schedule stretched forward 6 months, and the pattern never broke. My hand hovered over the first entry. I clicked the notes field. The text expanded. 4 words for Simon Graves, deceased. The booth suddenly felt too cold, the kind of cold that comes from inside. I could hear the projector's electrical hum through the wall, steady, mechanical, indifferent. My breath came shallow, fast. Can you imagine seeing your own memorial service listed? Over and over, scheduled like routine maintenance. I grabbed my phone, my supervisor's number, Angela Rios, 52 years old, perpetually skeptical, the only person who might believe me because she'd worked here longer than anyone. The call connected after 3 rings. Simon, her voice was thick with sleep. It's 2:30, I need you to come in. My voice cracked. Now, please. Something in my tone must have registered. She didn't argue. 20 minutes later, headlights swept across the parking lot. I heard her car door slam. Footsteps on concrete. The emergency entrance buzzer. But what happened when she walked in would shatter everything I thought I understood. Angela appeared in the doorway, and the fluorescent lights above her flickered, casting her face in strobing shadows. Her skin looked pale, wrong, like she'd seen something on the drive over. "Show me," she said. I played the recording, my voice. "You died last show. Cardiac arrest at 2:34 a.m. She listened without moving, without blinking. The silence after it ended felt heavier than the words themselves. Then she turned to me, and her expression was careful, distant. "What employee number did you say you were?" 372, I said. "Employee number 372. Angela turned to the desktop computer on the break room counter. Her fingers moved slowly across the keyboard, each keystroke deliberate, careful. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed like dying insects. The monitor's glow painted her face blue. I watched her expression shift, mouth tightening, eyes widening just enough. "Simon Graves." She read the words off the screen, voice flat. "Hired November 2012. Worked overnight shifts exclusively." A pause, too long. "Deceased March 15th, 8 months ago." The word hung in the stale air between us. That's not possible," I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to myself. "Heart attack in the projection booth during an overnight show." Angela's eyes remained fixed on the screen. "Cardiac arrest at 2:34 a.m. Paramedics arrived at 3:15. She swallowed. "You were already gone." I stepped toward the monitor. She moved back, just one step, but the message was clear. "Angela, I'm standing right here. I called you 20 minutes ago. The personnel file has a death certificate attached." Her hand trembled as she clicked the mouse. signed by the county coroner. What would you do if someone showed you proof of your own death? Would you believe them? Or your own pulse hammering in your throat? But Angela wasn't looking at me anymore. She was looking through me. You are not supposed to be here. The words came out barely above a whisper. She backed toward the break room door, her coffee-stained mug forgotten on the counter. Wait, I reached for her arm. My fingers passed through empty air. No, not through. She'd simply moved faster than I'd registered. She was gone. The door swung shut with a soft click. I stood alone in the break room. The clock on the wall still read 2:34. It hadn't moved since. When? I couldn't remember it ever showing a different time. The projector's hum filtered through the walls. Low, constant. The only sound in the entire building besides my breathing. I turned to the dark window beside the coffee station. My reflection stared back. Same face. Same uniform. Same ID badge clipped to my chest. I touched the badge. The plastic felt cold. Too cold. Like it had been sitting in a freezer. The temperature seeped through my fingertips, spreading up my wrist. The reflection in the window blinked. I didn't. And that's when I noticed something behind my reflection in the glass. Something moving in the hallway I couldn't see. I ran back to the control booth. My hands shook as I pulled up the security system, the keyboard clicking too loud in the silence. Angela was wrong. She had to be wrong. The college group had been here tonight. I'd watched them file in, heard their voices echo through the dome. I'd pressed the start button for them at 2 a.m. sharp. The monitor flickered to life, bathing my face in pale blue light. I scrolled through the feeds. Main entrance. Lobby. Projection dome. Empty, all of them. Empty. I rewound the footage to 2 a.m. My fingers trembled against the cold plastic controls. The timestamp counted backward in the corner of the screen, numbers dissolving into earlier hours. There. 2 o'clock. I hit play. The main entrance remained dark. No headlights swept across the glass doors. No figures moved through the lobby. The motion sensors never triggered. But what I saw next made my chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with my heart. The projection dome feed showed me, alone in the booth, talking to no one. My mouth moved, gesturing toward rows of seats that held only shadows and stale air. I watched myself smile, press buttons, adjust the microphone as if students were listening below. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that, speaking to ghosts you believed were real? I clicked to the parking lot camera. The asphalt stretched empty under the single flickering street light. No cars. Not a single vehicle in any of the marked spaces. I zoomed in on my usual spot near the employee entrance. Nothing. My car wasn't there. Had never been there tonight. I scrolled back further, searching for the moment I'd arrived for my shift. The footage jumped, stuttered, and I realized something that turned my blood cold. The timestamp in the corner didn't read tonight's date. It read 8 months ago, the night I died, and the footage was still recording. I walked into the projection dome. The projector hummed behind me. The same mechanical drone I'd heard 1,000 times. But the stars above were moving wrong. They didn't follow the programmed sequences. They crawled across the domed ceiling like insects, clustering, rearranging themselves into shapes that shouldn't exist. Letters. Words. You are the show. My throat tightened. I stood frozen in the center of the dome, neck craned upward, watching the constellation shift and spell. The automated voice had gone silent. Only the projector's low whir filled the space. They come to watch you die again. The stars pulsed brighter, then dimmer, as if breathing. My hands trembled. Can you imagine seeing your death written in light above you? The certainty of it, the inevitability. 2:34 a.m. I looked down at my watch. The digital display glowed faint green in the darkness. 2:32 a.m. 2 minutes. But what those 2 minutes would bring, I wasn't ready to understand. The air changed, dropped. I felt it on my skin first. A sudden, vicious cold that bit through my shirt and pressed against my chest. My breath came out in a cloud. Then another. White fog curling from my lips in a building that never got this cold. The heating system ran constantly. Always too warm in the booth. Always something creaked behind me. Not the projector, not the ventilation, a seat. I turned, slowly, the fog of my breath trailing across my vision. The rows of reclining chairs stretched into shadow, but they weren't empty anymore. And what sat there watching me with unblinking eyes wasn't anything I could have prepared for. The seats were full, every single one. Figures sat motionless in the reclining chairs, faces tilted upward, but not toward the projected sky, toward me. The cold air carried that stale smell of old upholstery and something else, something metallic like copper on the tongue. I recognized the closest face immediately. Mine, not a resemblance, not similar features, exact. Same crooked nose from the bike accident when I was 12. Same thin scar through my left eyebrow. But this version wore a leather jacket I'd thrown away years ago, face smoother, younger. Teenage me staring with eyes that didn't blink. My breath caught. The figure beside him was older. 40s maybe, thicker around the middle. Hair graying at the temples in a way mine hadn't started yet. Still me. Still those same pale blue eyes locked on my face with unnerving stillness. I turned slowly, scanning the rows. All me. Different ages scattered throughout the dome like a gallery of lives I'd lived. And lives I never would. In the back row sat a version with white hair and deep wrinkles, liver spots on hands folded peacefully in his lap. Can you imagine seeing yourself at 70, knowing you'll never reach it? The silence pressed against my eardrums. No breathing, no rustling fabric, just the mechanical hum of the projector and my own ragged gasps fogging the frigid air. But what terrified me most wasn't seeing myself multiplied across the theater. It was the realization that they'd been waiting for this moment. The speakers crackled overhead. That automated voice, the one I'd recorded years ago for the Memorial Astronomy program, filled the dome with smooth, professional calm. Welcome to the memorial show. The spotlight above me blazed to life, and every version of myself leaned forward in perfect unison. The projection lights moved, not dimmed, not shifted naturally. They snapped into new alignment with mechanical precision, and suddenly every beam converged on me. A perfect circle of white light pinned me to the center of the dome floor. The audience sat just beyond the brightness, their faces half-shadowed, eyes reflecting the glare. My automated voice echoed through the dome, impossibly calm. Please observe the subject in his final moments. The words hung in the frozen air. Subject, not person, not man. Subject. Every version of me leaned forward an inch. Perfect synchronization. Not one blink among them. The teenage me in the third row had the same hollow stare as the elderly one I'd never become. They weren't watching the stars anymore. They were watching me die. Can you imagine that? Being the only exhibit in your own memorial. The cold I'd felt earlier. It wasn't from the air conditioning. It was something deeper. Something wrong with the space itself. My breath came out in visible clouds, but the spotlight burned against my skin, hot and cold at once. My body couldn't decide which sensation to process. Then the pressure started. Oh, a weight pressed against my sternum. Familiar, terrifying. The same crushing sensation from 8 months ago, except I had no memory of 8 months ago. I'd been here every night, hadn't I? My left arm tingled, not painfully, not yet. Just present, wrong. I glanced at my watch. 2:33 a.m. 1 minute left. But what I didn't understand then, what none of the audience versions would tell me, was that the real show hadn't even started yet. The pain split my arm open from the inside. White hot, molten. I gasped. No air came. My knees buckled and the dome floor slammed against my shoulder, cold concrete biting through my shirt. The impact should have hurt. I felt only the crushing weight against my sternum, like someone had stacked cinder blocks on my chest. Can you imagine? Dying while they watch. Every version of myself leaned forward in perfect synchronization. Not a sound, not a breath, just the slow creak of seats tilting and that horrible silence pressing against my eardrums. I tried to speak. My jaw moved. Nothing. My heartbeat thundered in my skull, irregular, skipping, frantic. Thump, thump, pause, thump. The rhythm felt wrong, like music played off tempo. I clawed at the floor, fingernails scraping concrete, searching for purchase that didn't exist. Above me, the projected stars began to move. They swirled, faster. A vortex of light spinning counterclockwise, pulling my vision into a tunnel. The edges of the dome darkened first, then the seats, then the faces of my audience. Only the spinning remained, only the crushing, only the sound of my own failing heart. 2:34 a.m. My watch face glowed in my peripheral vision. But what happened at 2:34 would change everything I thought I understood about death. The pressure peaked. My heart convulsed once, then stopped. Silence, complete, total. The kind of quiet that exists before sound was invented. Darkness swallowed the vortex, the dome, the versions of myself. I floated in nothing. No pain, no cold, no anything. Then the hum of the projector filled my ears. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Coffee stains marked the control booth console. I stood upright, hand reaching for the playback button. The automated show began. My watch read 2 a.m. And that's when I realized the real horror wasn't dying. It was having to do it again. 34 minutes. That's all I have. 34 minutes before my heart stops, and then I'm back here again. The control booth hums around me. Same coffee-stained console. Same flickering monitor displaying 2 a.m. exactly. My hands won't stop shaking. I bolted for the exit. My footsteps echoed through the empty corridors, sneakers slapping against linoleum that smelled faintly of industrial cleaner and something else. Something stale, like air that hasn't moved in months. The emergency exit glowed red ahead. I slammed into the push bar with both palms. The metal was ice cold, and I was back in the control booth. Not transported, just there, like I'd never left. The corridor, the running, the door, gone, erased. I tried again. Different exit, same result. The parking lot door led to the booth, the loading dock, the maintenance hatch. Every route circled back to this cramped room with its perpetual chill and the projector's monotonous drone. But what I did next would change nothing at all. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a metal equipment case, and swung it into the projector. Glass exploded. Sparks showered across the console. The sharp smell of ozone and burning plastic filled the air. The projector coughed, sputtered, went dark. Silence. Then, a whir. The projector hummed back to life. Glass fragments on the floor lifted, drawn backward like a film in reverse. They reassembled. The cracks sealed. Within seconds, it sat perfect and undamaged, casting its programmed stars across the dome. I screamed. The sound swallowed itself in the empty planetarium, absorbed by rows and rows of vacant seats that I knew weren't really vacant at all. My watch read 2:17 a.m. I pulled up the booking schedule with trembling fingers. 6 months of entries, memorial service, memorial service, memorial service, every single one, for me. And that's when I noticed the dates had changed. At 2:31, I stopped running. My legs simply wouldn't carry me anymore. Not toward another exit that led nowhere. Not toward another tool I could break the projector with. The cold air of the control booth pressed against my skin like 1,000 frozen fingertips. I could hear the steady electrical hum beneath everything, the sound of machinery that would never stop. What would you do if you finally understood? I walked down the corridor toward the projection dome. My footsteps echoed wrong, each one landing twice. The door opened before I touched it. Inside, the audience of myself sat waiting. Teenage Simon in the third row, middle-aged Simon near the aisle, an elderly version I would never become, hands folded in his lap. They turned as one, made space in the center row. I sat down. The fabric smelled like dust and old popcorn, familiar, exactly as I remembered from my living days. The vinyl squeaked under my weight. My other selves didn't speak. They didn't need to. We'd all reached this moment eventually. But here's what I hadn't expected. Movement in the control booth window above. Another figure stumbled into view. His hands were shaking. He was listening to something, a recording maybe. His face twisted in confusion, then horror. I recognized that expression. I'd worn it myself. How many loops ago? The new Simon pressed his palms against the glass. Above us, the projected stars began to shift. They crawled across the dome in deliberate patterns, spelling words in constellations I'd memorized 8 months ago. You are not alone in your ending. I understood then. I wasn't trapped. I was the show, the memorial, the eternal witness. In the booth, the new version of me clutched his chest. His knees buckled. 2:34. I watched myself die again. And when the darkness came, I was already back in the control booth, my hand reaching for the recording, ready to begin. The camera mount was empty. I stood there in the ravine, flashlight beam shaking across the stripped bolts where camera 14 should have been. 90-minute hike through black forest for nothing. My breath fogged in the October cold, pine needles slick under my boots. Then I saw the note, zip-tied to the tree. White paper, my own blocky handwriting. I recognized it immediately. The words made my stomach drop. Don't go home tonight. I'm you from 6 days ahead. Something's waiting. I went home. I didn't make it. Can you imagine reading that? Your own warning from yourself. My pulse hammered in my ears. This had to be a prank. Some hiker found my camera, thought they'd mess with the forest weirdo. But the handwriting, the specific details, 6 days ahead. I read it again, hands trembling, a branch snapped behind me. Close, maybe 20 feet. I spun, flashlight cutting through the dark. Nothing, just trees, shadows layering on shadows. The forest held its breath around me, and I realized how utterly alone I was. No cell signal, no backup, just me and whatever was out there. Another sound, footsteps, deliberate. Hello, my voice cracked. A figure stepped into the light, holding my camera, camera 14. Red recording light blinking. But what I saw next would shatter everything I thought I understood about reality. The face, oh God, the face. It was mine, same scar on the left cheek, same jacket, same exhausted eyes. He looked. Hollow, wrong. The air around him smelled like smoke and ash, thick and acrid. He raised the camera, aimed it at me. His lips moved, voice a rasp I felt in my bones. You're already dead. I watched it happen. My mind raced back to when it started, 6 nights ago. The notification chimed at 2:13 in the morning. Camera 14 uploading motion-detected images. I'd rolled over in bed, Vanessa warm beside me, and ignored it. Standard protocol. Wildlife moved at night. By dawn, I'd pulled the files over burnt coffee at my kitchen table. The mug's heat bled into my palms as I opened the first image. A figure, standing at the ravine's edge, 70 yards from the camera. Hiker, I told myself, lost, but the timestamp read 3:17 in the morning. No headlamp, no visible gear. The next night, another upload, same figure, 50 yards now, closer, third night. 30 yards, the resolution sharpened. I could make out a jacket, dark. Familiar cut, fourth night, 20 yards, I zoomed in. My hand trembled against the trackpad. The figure wore my jacket, the navy one with the torn pocket from last season. Same build, same stance. But what I saw on the 5th night changed everything. 15 yards from camera 14, close enough for facial features. I enlarged the image until pixels fractured across my screen. The scar on the left cheek, the exact angle of the jaw, the hollow eyes staring directly at the lens. It was me, same clothing, same everything, down to the boots I'd worn that very day. My breath caught. Cold sweat prickled down my spine. I scrolled to the 6th upload, received just hours before I'd driven out to check the site. The image stopped my heart, not the forest, not the ravine. My living room, door open. Someone entering. Timestamp 6 days ahead. October 21st, 9:47 at night. The exact time I always came home. And that's when I understood. Whatever was hunting me knew my schedule better than I did. I drove, gravel pinging against the undercarriage, headlights cutting through pine shadows that swallowed the road behind me. My hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. Camera 14 was 90 minutes into the forest, and I had to retrieve it, had to see what was real. The trailhead appeared at 4:37. I grabbed my pack and flashlight, locked the truck. The forest swallowed sound here. No wind, no animals, just the crunch of my boots on frozen needles. Every 20 steps I'd stop. Listen. Nothing followed, but the silence felt. Occupied, can you understand that? When emptiness has weight. 40 minutes in, my breath came shallow. The cold bit through my jacket, tasting of metal and old smoke. Wrong for October. Wrong for this forest I'd walked 100 times. But what I found at the ravine would make everything else irrelevant. The mount was empty. Camera 14 gone. Just the aluminum bracket bolted to the pine, security cables dangling like severed nerves. I ran my fingers over the cut ends. Fresh. Someone used bolt cutters today. Then I saw the note. White paper zip-tied to the trunk at eye level. My own handwriting. I'd know those loops anywhere the way I slashed my capital I's. My hands trembled as I tore it free. The words burned into my skull. I'm you from 6 days ahead. Don't go home, something's waiting. I went home, I didn't make it. My chest tightened, 6 days ahead. The timeline matched, the uploads, the progression, that final image of my living room door. What would you do? Would you believe it? I read it again. The paper smelled like ash. What I didn't know yet was that the warning had already failed. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen lit up. New upload received. Camera 14. Timestamp. Oh God, timestamp. 6 minutes from now. I didn't look up from my phone. That saved me. The air shifted behind me. A rush of movement, and I threw myself sideways as hands. My hands, the same calloused fingers, grabbed for my throat. I hit the ground hard. Pine needles bit into my palms. The figure crashed down on top of me, and the smell hit me like a fist. Smoke. Ash. Wrong. He was me. Exact weight. Exact reach. We grappled in the dirt, silent except for our breathing, identical rhythms fighting against each other. His grip on my wrist was the same strength I'd used 1,000 times tightening bolts on camera mounts. I knew how hard he'd squeeze before my bones gave. He knew I'd twist left to break free. So I twisted right. His fingers slipped. I rolled, kicked his knee, felt it buckle the way mine would, got to my feet, ran. The ravine opened before me, steep and black between the trees. I didn't think, just moved. Branches whipped my face. Roots tried to trip me. Behind me, footsteps. Identical boots hitting the same stones at the same speed. Running won't change it. His voice tore through the forest. My voice, hoarse and desperate. I already lived this. But what he shouted next made my blood freeze. I crashed through underbrush, lungs screaming. The trail. Where was the trail? Darkness pressed in from all sides. Every tree looked the same. I'd hiked this route 12 times, but panic scrambled my memory. Left or right? Which way led back to there? The orange trail marker. I burst onto the path and saw my truck 50 yards ahead, pale paint gleaming in the moonlight. Keys already in my hand. When had I grabbed them? I didn't remember, didn't care. The door, the ignition, engine roaring to life. I threw it in reverse, tires spitting gravel. Spun the wheel, shifted to drive. The truck lurched forward down the fire road, and only then did I look back. He stood in the middle of the road, motionless. Camera 14 raised to his face, red light blinking, photographing me. What would you do? Would you floor it and never look back? Or would you already know, deep in your bones, that the shutter sound echoing through the pines was the sound of fate closing around you? I drove faster. The figure shrank in my rearview mirror but never moved. Just stood there, watching, recording. My hands shook on the wheel. I could still smell the ash on my clothes where we'd touched. A smell that shouldn't exist yet, a smell from 6 days ahead when something burned. The road twisted through the forest. I took the turns too fast, branches scraping the truck's sides. But no matter how many miles I put between us, I couldn't shake the certainty settling into my chest like ice water. He'd let me go. He'd already known I would run. He'd watched himself do it 6 days ago, and he'd photographed my escape anyway. Because whatever came next required documentation. The camera always captured what mattered. My phone lay on the passenger seat, screen dark. I didn't want to check it. Didn't want to see if camera 14 had uploaded again. Something new, something further ahead in the timeline. But my eyes kept drifting to it, waiting for the notification light to pulse. What would the next photo show? I was 20 minutes from the ranger station when my phone finally buzzed. The screen lit up. One new upload. Camera 14. Timestamp. 72 hours from now. And the preview image that flashed across my screen made me swerve hard enough to nearly leave the road. The ranger station's lights burned yellow through the trees. I yanked the wheel right, tires spitting gravel as I skidded into the empty lot. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The phone sat in the cup holder, screen dark now, but I'd seen the preview image, just a glimpse before I'd swerved. Enough to know it was getting worse. I stumbled through the door. Hank looked up from his desk, coffee mug halfway to his lips. The station smelled like burnt grounds and pine cleaner, and something else. Something faint, like ash carried on wind that shouldn't be blowing indoors. "Breslin," he set the mug down, "you look like hell." Camera 14. My voice came out raw. There's someone in the forest. He looks exactly like me. He had the camera, he knew. Whoa. Slow down. I'm not crazy. Was I? The uploads, 6 nights of photos. The figure approaching is me, Hank. Same clothes, same scar. And the last photo shows my house 6 days ahead and trail cam malfunction. Hank leaned back in his chair, and it creaked in a way that felt wrong, delayed, like the sound arrived a heartbeat after the movement. Happens all the time. Lens flare creates doubles, or some pranksters messing with you. This isn't a prank. Then what is it? His eyes held no belief, only pity. You've been out there alone too long. Vanessa's been saying, don't. I cut him off. Just don't. But what could I say that wouldn't sound insane? What would you do if your supervisor looked at you like you'd already lost your mind? My phone buzzed. New upload received. I pulled it from my pocket. The screen felt ice cold against my palm, colder than it should have been. Hank was talking, something about mandatory psych evals and taking time off, but his words dissolved into static as I opened the file. The timestamp read 72 hours ahead. The photo showed this room, this exact office, empty. Hank's radio on the desk, microphone cord dangling, papers scattered across the floor, and on the tile beside the filing cabinet, a dark pool that could only be blood. I looked up. Hank was still sitting there, coffee mug raised again, alive and annoyed and completely unaware. The camera knew what was coming. It had already seen it happen, and I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. But the next upload would arrive even sooner than I thought. I dialed Vanessa the moment I hit the gravel road. My phone pressed cold against my ear, hands shaking so badly the truck swerved twice before I steadied the wheel. One ring, two, three. "Come on," I whispered. "Please." Voicemail. Her voice bright and professional. I hung up, tried again. Same result. My chest tightened. She always answered, always. Even during shifts, she'd text back within minutes. I drove past the ranger station turnoff, heading toward our house instead. The headlights carved tunnels through darkness, trees blurring into black walls on either side. What would you do if someone showed you proof that the people you loved were already gone? Would you go home anyway? I parked a quarter-mile out and killed the engine. The walk through the tree line felt endless, every snap of a twig beneath my boots too loud, too exposed. Our house emerged through the pines, a warm glow against the night, lights on in the living room. Kitchen too. Movement flickered past the window, a shadow crossing from left to right. Someone was home. I crouched at the edge of the clearing, pulse hammering in my throat. The television played through the glass, canned laughter from some sitcom Vanessa never watched. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter, keys beside it. Everything looked normal, except she wasn't visible. Nowhere. But what I saw next made my blood turn to ice. I crept closer, feet silent on damp grass. The front door hung open, just an inch, just enough. Cold air drifted out, carrying something with it, a smell that didn't belong, smoke, ash, the acrid tang of something burned, not wood, not food, flesh. The scent coated my tongue, thick and wrong, and I knew Vanessa wasn't just missing. Whatever had happened in that ranger station, photo 3 days from now had already started here. Tonight. I pushed the door wider, metal grip cold against my palm. The smell hit harder inside, ash and copper and something chemical like melted plastic. The television still played, canned laughter echoing through the silence. The living room was wrong. Our floor lamp lay shattered near the couch, glass shards glinting under the overhead light. The armchair we'd bought last spring, overturned, one leg snapped clean off. Dark droplets trailed across the hardwood. Blood. Small spatters at first, then larger, leading toward the hallway. "Vanessa!" My voice died in the stale air. I followed the trail. Each step, the floorboards creaked beneath me. The sound felt obscene in the quiet. Can you imagine it? Walking through your own home, hunting for your wife's body. The blood led to our bedroom door and stopped. I shoved it open. Empty bed. Sheets pulled back like she'd just risen. Her phone on the nightstand, screen dark. Closet door hanging open. Nothing. No one. But what I found when I returned to the living room made my skin go cold. Camera 14 sat on the coffee table, right there, in the center. Lens aimed directly at the front door. The red recording light blinked steadily, patient, mechanical, still capturing, still watching. I hadn't brought it inside. I hadn't even found it in the forest. My hands shook as I lifted it. Heavy, real. The viewfinder display glowed faintly in the dim room. I pressed the review button. 168 photos captured. The number pulsed on the tiny screen. Tonight's images, all of them, time-stamped in sequence, starting hours ago. when I was still at the ranger station, when someone else was here, when Vanessa was still home. I stared at the blinking cursor. Review. My thumb trembled against the smooth plastic as I pressed review. The viewfinder glowed green. The first photo loaded. Timestamp 8:43 tonight. The front door opening. I scrolled forward. A figure stepping inside. Dark jacket. Jeans, work boots, the same ones I was wearing. The camera had been positioned on the coffee table, lens aimed at the entryway, motion triggered. Each photo captured in 2-second intervals. Photo 12. The figure turning, face visible now. My face. Can you imagine staring at yourself committing a crime you don't remember? I couldn't breathe, couldn't blink, but I kept scrolling because I had to know. Photo 18. Vanessa appearing in the kitchen doorway, phone in hand. Her mouth open, calling out. Photo 20. The figure, me crossing the living room toward her. Photo 22. Empty frame. They'd moved out of view. The next 6 photos showed nothing. Just the overturned lamp casting shadows across hardwood. Then, photo 29 captured movement again. But what I saw in the following images would crack my understanding of reality itself. Photo 30. My doppelganger walking back into frame. Calm, expression blank. He moved like someone completing a checklist. He approached the coffee table, reached toward the camera, adjusted the angle slightly. Photo 31, his hand withdrawing. Photo 32 through 167, a nightmare slideshow. Me carrying the camera outside. Close-up of my truck's interior, dashboard clock visible. Forest road, darkness between trees, the ravine, finally. The empty mount where camera 14 had been zip-tied, where I'd found the note. The metallic smell of blood still hung in the air around me. I lowered the camera. I hadn't driven to the ranger station tonight to avoid coming home. I'd already been here, and whatever I'd done to Vanessa, I was about to do it again. I smashed camera 14 against the coffee table edge. The plastic housing cracked, split. The lens shattered, tiny glass fragments scattering across hardwood. I pried open the battery compartment, ripped out the SD card, and held my lighter beneath it. The acrid stench of melting plastic filled my nostrils, sharp and chemical. The card curled, blackened, dripped onto the floor. There. Done. I called 911. My wife is missing. There's blood, please. They arrived within 40 minutes. 2 officers. The younger one swept his flashlight across the living room while his partner questioned me. You said there was blood, Mr. Breslin. I pointed to the bedroom threshold. Nothing there. The carpet clean. Vacuum line still visible. It was right there. The older officer exchanged a glance with his partner. And your wife's name? Vanessa. Vanessa Breslin. She's a nurse at St. Mary's. She wouldn't just, sir. He tapped his notepad. Our records show she checked into a hotel in Portland yesterday afternoon. Left a note on your kitchen counter. What note? What would you do if everyone insisted you were wrong about your own life? But what I discovered 3 days later made the missing blood seem trivial. I checked the counter. There it was. Vanessa's handwriting. Needs some space. Don't call. I didn't remember seeing it. Days blurred after that. I'd find myself standing in rooms with no memory of entering. Meals half-eaten. My phone showing calls I didn't recall making. Then I woke in my truck. engine running, headlights cutting through dawn mist. The forest road stretched ahead, familiar and wrong. I looked down. Camera 14 sat intact in the passenger seat, red light blinking, and the SD card, unmelted, unmarked, was slotted firmly inside. I woke with dawn light slicing through the pines, camera 14 heavy in my lap. The ravine stretched below me, steep, familiar, wrong. My hands were coated in ash. The smell, smoke, and something chemical, burnt plastic, clung to my jacket like a second skin. I had no memory of driving here. 6 days. That's how long the loop had said. 6 days between the photo and the event. I tried to count backward, but the hours had blurred together like wet ink. Meals I didn't remember eating. Conversations I couldn't recall. Vanessa's voice on the phone, distant, pleading, then nothing. The camera's red light blinked, still recording, through the trees, movement. A figure hiking uphill toward the empty mount where camera 14 should have been. Same navy jacket, same deliberate gait, same scar catching the early light. Me, 6 days ago. Can you imagine watching yourself walk toward your own destruction? I wanted to scream, to warn him, to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The loop had its own gravity now, pulling me forward like current dragging a drowning man deeper. I watched my past self reach the tree. Confusion flickered across his face, my face. He found the note zip-tied to the bark. Read it. His hands trembled, but what happened next wasn't a choice anymore. I stepped from the shadows, camera 14 raised. His head snapped toward me. Recognition. Horror. The exact expression I'd worn 6 days ago. Or was it 6 days from now? Time had lost meaning. I opened my mouth. The words came automatically as if I'd rehearsed them 1,000 times before. You're already dead, I whispered. I watched it happen. His eyes widened. He stumbled backward. Therefore, I lunged forward, not because I wanted to, but because I already had. The loop closed around us both like a fist. I was the doppelganger now. The warning, the inevitable. And somewhere, 6 days ahead, another version of me was waking up, beginning again. The smell hit me before I opened the door. Copper, old pennies left in the rain. That's what death smells like when it's been sitting for 6 hours, waiting for someone like me to scrub it away. Apartment 11C, Riverside Towers, Detroit. 9 p.m. on a Tuesday, and I'm alone with what's left of Frank Delaney. Except Frank's body was already gone. I knelt on the bathroom floor, bristle brush in hand, working ammonia into the grout between tiles. The cold ceramic bit through my jeans. Every death leaves a stain. Some you can see, some you just feel in the air, thick and wrong. This one had both. The apartment was colder than it should have been. November cold, sure, but this was different. This crept under your skin and stayed there. I scrubbed harder, focused on the rhythm. Bristles against tile, tile against my knees. The work kept me numb, and numb was good. Numb meant I didn't think about. The shower turned on behind me. I froze, brush mid-stroke. Water drummed against the tub, steady, deliberate, not the sputter of old pipes or a slow leak. Full pressure, like someone had just twisted the handle. But what I heard next would make me question everything I thought I knew about being alone. I stood slowly, ammonia bottle slipping from my grip. The steam was already rising, filling the small bathroom, clinging to the mirror above the sink. Thick, unnatural, too much steam too fast, and then, oh God, then I saw it. Words forming in the condensation, one letter at a time, finger drawn, I'm still here, my breath caught, I watched you arrive. The temperature dropped. My exhale came out in a white cloud. I can't leave until someone sees me. I spun toward the shower. No footprints on the tile. No shadow behind the curtain. The water. Can you feel this? The water was ice cold. I backed out of the bathroom. Fast. The steam clung to my jacket like wet fingers, and I needed air that didn't taste like someone else's terror. The living room offered no relief. The copper smell hit me stronger here, metallic and wrong, coating the back of my throat until I could almost taste blood. That's when I saw what had been done to my supplies. The bottles, the rags, the industrial scrub brushes I'd left on the tarp near the door. Someone had arranged them on the stained carpet in a perfect outline. Arms spread, legs slightly bent, head tilted left. The exact position Frank Delaney's body had been in when they found him on the couch 6 hours ago. I hadn't done that. My hands went cold. I'd been in the bathroom for, 15 minutes? 20. Long enough for someone to move every single item with surgical precision. The bottles formed ribs. The rags traced fingers. Even my box cutter marked where his throat would have been. But what I found next made the bathroom seem almost normal. The breathing started behind me. Soft. Wet. Coming from the bathroom I just left. A steady rhythm like someone standing in the shower, chest rising and falling behind that mildewed curtain. Can you imagine hearing that in an empty apartment? Knowing you checked, knowing you saw nothing, I should have left. Every instinct I'd honed over 6 years of cleaning death scenes screamed at me to grab my keys and go. But my legs moved toward the sound instead, pulled by something I still can't name. The shower curtain hung still. No shadow behind it. No feet visible at the bottom. I grabbed the plastic edge. Pulled. Nothing except for the handprint. 5 fingers pressed into the condensation on the tile wall. Fresh. Still dripping. The ceramic beneath felt ice cold when I touched it, but the moisture. Oh God, the moisture was warm. My phone. I needed to call dispatch. Tell them I was done here, that someone else could finish this job. I yanked it from my pocket, thumbs shaking as I swiped the screen. No signal, not one bar. I'd had full signal when I arrived. The nightstand caught my eye then. A wooden frame sat beside the lamp, facing away from the bed. Strange placement. I picked it up, turned it over. Frank Delaney stared back at me from the photograph. Gray hair, kind face, tired smile, but the eyes were all wrong. Too dark. Pupils stretched wide like they'd been painted over, swallowing the irises until only black remained. And they were looking directly at the camera. No, not at the camera. At me. Following me as I tilted the frame left, then right. The copper smell flooded my nostrils again. Something moved in the reflection of the glass covering the photograph. Behind me. Close. And that's when I heard my name, whispered from the empty bedroom. I didn't wait to hear more. My boots hit the hallway and I grabbed the front door handle, yanked hard. The deadbolt refused to turn. I twisted again, shoulder against the wood, but the mechanism wouldn't budge. Locked. From the inside. Or something else entirely. The windows. I spun toward the living room. Every pane had been painted shut. layers of old ivory coating the frames like scar tissue. How had I not noticed when I arrived? My watch read 9:43. Shift ends at 5 a.m. 7 hours. 7 hours trapped in apartment 11C with whatever knew my name. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. Not gradual, not creeping cold. One moment I'm sweating under my work jacket. The next I'm exhaling fog into air that smells wrong, metallic, like sucking on a penny. The copper smell from earlier had spread. It coated my tongue now. Then, the water started. Bathroom faucet first. A distant hiss. I turned and the kitchen sink joined in steady rush of water hitting stainless steel. Then the shower. The tub. Every pipe in the apartment wailing at once. A chorus of pressure and flow that made my skull ache. But I hadn't touched anything. What would you do? Stay in the hallway. Go shut them off one by one. I stood frozen because shutting off the water meant going back into those rooms. And something in me knew that's exactly what it wanted. The footsteps started while I hesitated. Bedroom. Slow, deliberate. The creak of floorboards under weight, heel, toe, pacing from the closet to the window and back. Heavy steps. A man's gait. Frank Delaney had been 140 pounds according to the work order. This sounded heavier. The faucets cut off simultaneously. Silence hit like a fist. Ringing silence. The kind that's worse than noise because you're waiting, every nerve screaming for what fills it next. My pulse hammered in my ears. The footsteps had stopped too. Everything stopped. I stared at the bedroom door. A shadow passed beneath it, left to right. Slow, blocking the thin line of light from the window inside. Then it paused, directly center, like someone standing just on the other side of the door deciding. My breath caught. The air tasted like old blood now. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Cole Barrett, not Cole. Not just my first name whispered from some distant room. My full name. Spoken clearly, intimately, like whoever said it had known me for years. The syllables bounced off the walls, layered, echoing from the bathroom and kitchen and bedroom simultaneously. How does it know my full name? I'd never been to this building before tonight. Frank Delaney was a stranger. Dispatch doesn't give clients my last name. It's not on my uniform, it's not my flashlight died. The beam guttered once, twice, then pure black. I fumbled for my phone. The screen flashed on, battery icon glowing. 3%. I charged it fully before the shift. 6 hours of juice minimum. I watched the number drop as I stared. 2%. 1%. The screen went dark in my hand and I realized something far worse than being trapped. Whatever was in apartment 11C didn't just know my name. It had been waiting specifically for me. The bathroom light flickered on by itself. I didn't touch the switch. Hadn't moved from where I stood. Frozen. Phone dead in my hand. But the fluorescent buzz filled the apartment and pale yellow light spilled across the tiles. The mirror showed someone standing behind me. My breath caught. I spun around, nothing. Empty hallway, just the copper smell thickening in the cold air. When I turned back, there he was, an old man. 60s, maybe older, gaunt face. Eyes that pleaded. His mouth opened, closed, opened again, but the voice came from the living room. You can see me. The words didn't match his lips. The delay wrong. like watching a movie with broken audio. He raised one translucent hand and pointed, not at me, but past me, toward the living room carpet. I stepped backward into the hall, checked the living room directly. Empty, but in the dark TV screen, there he was again. Same man, same desperate expression, pointing at the floor where I'd scrubbed for an hour. Under, the voice whispered from behind the couch. You missed. Under. My hands trembled as I knelt, peeled back the corner of the stained carpet. The floorboards underneath were darker than they should be. Not water damage, not age, blood, dried, months old, maybe more. Something touched the back of my neck. Cold, so cold my skin burned. But when I jerked away, my fingers came back sticky and warm. What leaves ice that feels like fever? The mirror man's mouth moved again, frantic now, and this time the sound came from inside my own skull. They said I died alone, but someone was here. Someone watched. The bloodstain spread wider than Frank Delaney's body outline, and that's when I understood what he needed me to see. I backed away from the mirror, from him. My neck still burned where he'd touched me, that sticky warmth spreading down my collar. The nightstand sat beside the sagging couch. A leather journal rested there, spine cracked, pages swollen from humidity. I picked it up. The leather was cold, unnaturally cold, like it had been stored in a freezer. When I opened it, the smell hit me. Old paper and dust, but underneath, copper. Same smell that saturated this whole apartment. The handwriting trembled across the first page. January entries about groceries and television shows. February complaints about building maintenance. March, nothing. Then April resumed. Gaps everywhere. Like he'd forgotten weeks at a time, I flipped to the end. November 3rd, the day before they found him. Daughter called, asked for money again, didn't ask how I was. Next line, if I die alone, will I know it? My chest tightened. Can you imagine writing that? Knowing in your bones that nobody would check on you. That days might pass before anyone noticed. The apartment felt warmer. I looked up. Frank's reflection in the dark television screen had softened. His mouth wasn't moving anymore, just watching, waiting. But what I read next made everything else fade away. November 4th, the day he died. She didn't call back. Nobody ever does. My sister's face surfaced in my mind. Uninvited, unwanted. Her last voicemail I'd never returned because I was working a double shift, cleaning up someone else's tragedy. 3 days later, they found her in the bathtub, wrists open, alone. I'd spent 6 years scrubbing away other people's deaths, thinking it would erase hers. The journal pages stuck together. I peeled them apart. The ink on the final entry was still wet, glossy, dark. Impossible. He'd been dead 7 days. And that's when I realized Frank hadn't stopped writing after he died. I set the journal down with trembling fingers, but the wet ink smell wouldn't leave. It clung to my nostrils like something living, something waiting. The bathroom faucet turned on, not the violent rush from before. A trickle, gentle, almost hesitant. I stood. The floorboards creaked under my boots, but underneath that sound came another. Breathing, multiple sources. Layered like recordings played simultaneously, each one slightly out of sync. The air grew dense, heavy with moisture that shouldn't exist in November. Through the bathroom doorway I saw her, a woman, translucent, standing in the tub with water pooling around her ankles, though the drain was open. Her hair hung wet against her face, but it moved upward, drifting like she was still submerged. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again, but no sound came out, just the soft gurgle of water finding a throat. Can you imagine drowning in your own bathtub, alone, while a building full of people watched television and microwaved dinners? She wasn't looking at me. She was looking past me, at the bedroom doorway, at Frank. He stood there now, fully visible, not in a reflection anymore, but present, translucent like her, like milk poured into water. His face carried an expression I recognized from my sister's funeral photos, the look of someone who died apologizing. But what I saw next made my breath catch in my chest. A child appeared near the window, small, maybe 7 years old. His hands pressed against the glass from the inside, fingers splayed wide, but when I blinked, the handprints were on the outside. He stared down at the street 11 floors below, and his neck bent at an angle that made my stomach lurch. They weren't alone. More shapes bled through the walls. A man slumped in the corner, needle still hanging from his arm. An elderly woman clutching her chest. A teenager with a rope burn around his throat. Different eras, different deaths, all clustered in this small apartment like moths drawn to the only light left in the universe. And every single one of them was looking at Frank. He stood in the center of them all, hands at his sides, eyes wet with tears that couldn't fall. His mouth moved, and this time I heard him, not from the walls or pipes, but from his actual throat, a sound like wind through a cracked window. "I saw them," he whispered, "all of them." The woman in the tub took a step forward. Water sloshed but made no sound when it hit the tile. The child turned from the window. They moved closer to Frank, surrounding him, reaching toward him with hands that passed through each other but never quite touched. "I was here," Frank continued, and his voice cracked. "Every time. Apartment 11C, I heard her fall in the tub through my ceiling in 87. I saw him lean too far out that window in 93. I called 911 for the overdose. I found her when the smell got too bad. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. I witnessed them die," Frank said, turning those hollow eyes on me. "And now they can't leave, because I can't forget." The child reached for Frank's hand, held it, and for just a moment both of them looked more solid, more real. That's when the truth began to surface, something about being seen, about being remembered, about what happens to the dead when the only person who knows they existed is just as trapped as they are. And that's when I realized what Frank needed from me. The spirits faded, and Frank remained. 3 a.m. The temperature plummeted so fast my breath clouded. He stood by the couch, not reflected, not glimpsed fully there, translucent like lake ice. I could see the stained wallpaper through his chest, but his eyes, solid, fixed on mine. "You understand now," he said. His voice came from behind me. I spun. Nothing. But his lips had moved in front of me. "Wrong, all wrong. Death froze me as an observer." He gestured at the apartment. "I watched them die. Alone, so I stay. Alone." The copper smell thickened. My throat tightened. "The curse doesn't break unless someone witnesses it." He stepped closer. Cold radiated off him like winter fog. "My death, you have to see it, experience it." Experience, replay the moment. His chest didn't rise or fall, but I heard breathing shallow, panicked. Not mine. Stand where I stood. Feel what I felt when the aneurysm hit. My pulse hammered. Can you imagine that? Choosing to die someone else's death. I can't just watch. No, Frank's jaw clenched. Witnessing means living it. The pain, the pressure. Your skull splitting open from the inside. I backed against the wall. The plaster felt warm, everything else was ice. If I do that, you'll survive, he said quickly, too quickly. You're alive, it's just memory. Sensation. But what he didn't say hung heavier than the copper stench. He moved to the couch, touched the cushion where the body outline had been. His fingers left no impression. Please, he whispered. I can't carry them anymore. The other spirits reappeared at the edges of the room, watching, waiting, and that's when I realized. If Frank's curse trapped him as witness, what would witnessing his death trap me as? I backed away from the couch, from Frank, from his desperate, translucent hands reaching toward me. No, I whispered. There has to be another way. The other spirits pressed closer, their forms flickering like bad reception. They wanted this, needed Frank free so they could follow. But the thought of standing where he died, feeling his skull split from the inside. My boot caught on something near the television stand. A plastic case. VHS tape. I bent down, fingers trembling as I lifted it. Handwritten label across the front, Security Cam Nav 4. The ink was fresh, too fresh for a dead man's apartment. Frank, I turned the case toward him. What is this? His expression shifted. Something like fear rippled across his translucent face. The television, that ancient box he died watching, sat cold and dark. But beneath it, I spotted the VCR. Dust covered the eject button, except for one clean fingerprint. Recent. I slid the tape in. The machine clicked. Word. Static hissed from the speakers, and that sound, that mechanical grinding, filled the room like a swarm of insects burrowing into my ears. But what I was about to see would rewrite everything I thought I understood. The screen flickered to life. Black and white footage. Time stamp. November 4th, 8:47 p.m. The camera angle showed this exact living room from above, mounted in the corner. Frank sat on the couch, alive, watching some game show. His mouth moved occasionally, laughing at something on screen. I leaned closer. The copper smell intensified, crawling up my nostrils with metallic fingers. 8:51 p.m. Frank's hand went to his temple, rubbed it, casual at first, then harder. His face contorted. He stood, stumbled, caught himself on the armrest. This is it, I muttered. This is when, then I saw it. Movement in the corner of the frame, a shadow, where no shadow should be. My breath stopped. I hit rewind, watched again. There behind the doorway to the kitchen. A figure, tall, still, watching Frank collapse. Frank clutched his head with both hands, dropped to his knees. The figure didn't move, didn't help, just watched. 8:54 p.m. Frank fell forward onto the carpet, convulsing. The figure stepped into frame. Dark clothes, gloves, face angled away from the camera, deliberate. The figure crouched beside Frank's body, placed something, a cup, maybe back on the coffee table, then stood, adjusted the photograph on the nightstand, the one with the wrong eyes. Oh God, I breathed. Frank wasn't alone when he died. He was murdered. I spun toward his ghost. He stood frozen, staring at the screen with an expression of pure, dawning horror, as if he was remembering, as if the truth had been locked away even from him until this moment. "The copper smell," I said. "It wasn't just death, it was poison. Induced aneurysm. Someone," the tape continued playing. The figure moved toward the camera, reached up. The screen went black, but not before I caught a glimpse of the hand. The building superintendent's ring on the third finger. Frank's voice cracked behind me. "He came back." "What?" "He came back." Frank's form brightened, solidified with rage. "I found the books, the missing money. I told him I was calling someone, and the apartment groaned. Walls shuddering. The other spirits scattered like smoke. And then I heard it. Real, solid, from outside the front door, footsteps in the hallway, a key sliding into the lock. Human proofreader, word count. 653, please verify. Rehook count, cliffhanger ending. Yes/no, sensory details count. The door swung open. Thomas Hickey stepped inside, and I saw the knife first. Serrated edge. Catch the dim light from the hallway. His eyes swept the apartment, landed on the television, still playing static, then locked onto me. "You shouldn't have come here." His voice was flat, practiced. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Can you imagine standing face to face with a killer, nowhere to run? "Frank." I whispered it without thinking. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged between us. Hickey frowned, took another step forward. But Frank's reflection bloomed in the darkened television screen behind him. Mouth moving, fury radiating off him in waves. The copper smell surged. No, not copper. Bitter almonds, poison. "He knew what you did," I said, my voice shook. "The embezzling, Frank found your records." Hickey's jaw tightened. "Smart man, too smart." He raised the knife. "And now you've seen the tape." The VHS cartridge flew off the shelf, slammed into the wall beside Hickey's head. He spun, blades slashing at nothing. Frank was everywhere now, cabinet doors banging open, pictures rattling, the journal pages flipping wildly. The air itself pushed against Hickey, forcing him backward. "What the?" The television remote lifted, hovered, then launched straight at his temple. He tried to dodge, but what happened next sealed everything. His foot caught the edge of the carpet, right where Frank's body had lain. He stumbled. Skull met the corner of the coffee table with a wet crack that echoed through my teeth. The knife clattered from his grip. His eyes went wide, confused, terrified. Then empty. The body slumped. Blood pooled, exactly where Frank's outline had been. The apartment went silent, but only for a heartbeat, because Hickey's reflection appeared in the television screen, translucent, mouth opening in a scream no sound could carry. And Frank stepped beside him, placed one cold hand on his shoulder, and smiled. I understood then what forever meant in this place. The apartment settled into silence. 5 a.m. arrived with a soft click. The deadbolt turned itself. I grabbed the tape from the VCR, evidence clutched in trembling fingers, and pulled the door open. Relief flooded through me until I stepped into the hallway. The carpet was wrong. Same stained pattern I'd seen in 11C, same copper smell hanging in the air, metallic and thick. I turned left toward the elevator, walked 15 steps. The hallway curved back on itself, and I stood facing apartment 11C again. My apartment. No, Frank's apartment. I tried the other direction. Same result. The building had folded in on itself, trapping me in an impossible loop. The door stood open. Inside, my cleaning supplies sat exactly where I'd left them at 9 p.m. The VCR blinked 12 o'clock. Hickey's body was gone, the coffee table unmarked. But what I saw in the hallway mirror made my breath catch. Steam clouded the glass. Words formed, drawn by an invisible finger. Welcome. You've been dead 6 hours but can't leave until someone sees you. I raised my hands, held them to the dim light filtering through the window. Translucent, both of them. The skin shimmered like frosted glass. I could see the wall behind my fingers, the outline of the door frame through my palm. How long had they been this way? Since I arrived, since I'd reached for the doorknob at 9 p.m. Can you imagine that moment, realizing you've been a ghost the entire time? Frank appeared beside me in the mirror, solid now, real. He placed a translucent hand on my shoulder and the warmth felt like ice. Your van's been gone for hours, he said quietly. The crash happened 3 blocks away. You never made it here alive. I looked at him, at Hickey's shape forming in the television screen behind us, at the other shadows gathering. We were all witnesses now, all waiting for someone to see us. The mountain holds its breath at midnight. No wind. None. I stand at the base station, watching the chairs glide up through darkness, and the air is so still I can hear frost cracking on the cables. 42 chairs ascending, 42 descending. The lift hums its eternal rotation, a low frequency I feel in my teeth. I've run this shift alone for 6 months. I know every sound, the whir of the bull wheel, the metallic tick of chairs passing the sheave assemblies, the way empty seats sway when gusts come screaming down from 11,000 feet. But tonight, there's no wind. I count chairs as they round the base station. Routine, methodical. Safety checks keep you alive on mountains like this. 28, 29, 30. Then chair 34 passes, it swings. Hard, side to side, violent arcs that make the cable groan. I step back. The chair rocks like someone just leaped out of it, but the safety bar is down, locked in position, and the seat is empty. My radio crackles. Static washes through the frequency, then cuts dead. I watch chair 34 rise into the black throat of the mountain, still swinging. The chairs ahead and behind hang perfectly still. What would you do? Call it in. Jake won't answer. He never does on night shifts. The lift hums. The frost breathes. The air smells wrong, not pine and ice, but something metallic. Copper. I lift my radio, press the button. Base to top station. Do you copy? The static returns. But underneath it something else. A rhythm like breathing. Chair 34 reaches the darkness where my sight ends, and I realize the safety bar is moving. Lifting. On its own. I pulled up the security feed from the top station. The monitor's glow turned my hands corpse blue as I rewound the footage. 12:15, 12:16. The lift hummed through the speakers, a low mechanical drone that made my teeth ache. Empty chairs cycled past the camera in rhythmic silence. 28, 29, 30, 12:17. Chair 34 entered the frame, empty. Safety bar down, and then nothing. The screen flickered. Static rolled across the timestamp. When the image stabilized, the numbers read 12:19. I stopped breathing. 2 minutes, just gone. I rewound again. Watched chair 34 arrive at 12:17. Watched the timestamp stutter and jump. No glitch lines. No visual corruption. The footage simply ceased to exist for 120 seconds. What would you do if time itself refused to record something? My breath fogged the monitor as I leaned closer. The chair sat motionless in frame during that frozen instant at 12:17. But when the feed resumed at 12:19, the camera angle had shifted. Not much. Maybe half an inch to the left. Like someone had bumped the mounting bracket or leaned against it. The base lodge felt smaller suddenly. The walls pressed in. The space heater rattled behind me, struggling against the cold seeping through the window seals. I was the only living thing on this mountain until 4 in the morning. The only one who could have touched that camera, except I'd been down here the entire shift. I scrolled forward through the feed. Chair 34 descended the mountain at 12:23. Still empty, still wrong. The safety bar remained locked in position, but something about the seat looked compressed, as if weight had settled there moments before. Therefore, I did what any rational person would do. I watched those missing 2 minutes 17 more times. The answer never changed, but with each replay, the camera angle seemed to shift just a little bit more. My hands shook as I reached for the phone. Jake would know what to do. He'd been running this resort for 15 years. He'd seen equipment glitches, power surges, camera failures. This was explainable. It had to be. The dial tone droned in my ear. 3 rings, 4. Come on, Jake. 5 rings, 6. Then his voice pre-recorded flat. You've reached Jake Torrance. Leave a message. The beep never came. Instead, a robotic monotone. Mailbox full. I pulled the phone from my ear and stared at it. Jake's voicemail was never full. He barely got calls. Most communication went through the resort radio or the staff app. I'd left him maybe 3 messages in 2 years. I dialed again. Same result. Mailbox full. The base lodge walls seemed to press inward. The space heater rattled in the corner, but the cold air wrapped around my shoulders like wet fabric. I checked my watch. 12:43 a.m. 4 hours and 17 minutes until my shift ended. 4 hours alone on this mountain with a chair that moved by itself and 2 minutes of footage that didn't exist. Have you ever been truly alone? Not just by yourself, but cut off. No help coming, no voice on the other end. The lift cable hummed outside, rhythmic and indifferent. I walked to the window. Chairs glided past in their endless procession, dark silhouettes against darker sky. 29, 30, 31, 34 swung into view. I pressed my face to the glass, breath fogging the pain. The seat was angled toward me, and across the black vinyl, frost, white lines, deliberate, geometric. Not random ice crystals. Letters. The chair slid past before I could read them, swallowed by the night as the cable pulled it upward toward the top station. My pulse hammered in my throat. Frost didn't form words. Condensation didn't spell. But something on that chair wanted me to know its name. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the loading zone. The chair swung around the bullwheel, metal squealing against the cold. Chair 33. I had 10 seconds before it cycled past. What would you do? Stay safe in the lodge or chase answers up a mountain that didn't want to give them. I swung onto the seat. The safety bar slammed down, freezing against my gloves. The lift pulled me into darkness. Wind bit through my jacket as I ascended. Below, the base lodge shrank to a single yellow square. Above, nothing but stars and cable hum. Chair 34 hung 6 lengths ahead, swaying in perfect rhythm. One swing left, one swing right. I pressed my hand to my chest. My heartbeat matched it exactly. Thump, swing, thump, swing. The mountain pressed closer. Trees became black fingers reaching from the slope. I should have felt the altitude by now, that hollow thinness in my lungs, but the air tasted wrong, too warm, like breath on a mirror. Halfway up, the cable shuddered. Chair 34 stopped swaying. Something was sitting in it. I couldn't look away. A figure, hunched forward. Dark ski patrol jacket with the reflective stripe across the shoulders. My stripe. I lost that jacket 3 years ago during equipment inventory. Wrote it off as misplaced. The figure's head began to turn. Slowly, too slowly, my throat closed. I wanted to scream, to leap from the chair, but my body locked in place. The cable groaned, pulling me closer. 20 feet, 15. The face rotated into moonlight, and I saw. My chair slammed into the platform. I stumbled off, legs barely catching me. The machinery groaned overhead, cables grinding through pulleys in their endless circuit. Chair 34 swung past the arrival gate. Empty now, I lunged. Grabbed the cold metal frame before it could cycle back down the mountain. The safety bar bit into my palm as I wrenched it to a stop, holding it there against the cable's insistent pull. The chair swayed in my grip, but something was wrong. Heat. The seat radiated warmth against my other hand, the kind of warmth that comes from a living body. I jerked back, breath misting in the frigid air. 11,000 feet up, temperature well below freezing, and this chair felt like someone had just stood up from it. How long does body heat linger in metal? Not this long. Not up here. I forced myself to look closer. The overhead light buzzed, casting yellow shadows across the chair. Something was clipped to the safety bar. A radio. Black casing scratched and faded. I knew that radio. I knew the dent on the left side where I'd dropped it during training. I knew the strip of blue electrical tape holding the battery cover on. My radio. The one I'd lost 3 years ago during a routine patrol. I'd filed the incident report, paid for the replacement, moved on. But here it was, waiting for me at 11,000 feet in the middle of the night. The power button glowed red. Still on, still transmitting after 3 years. My hand hovered over it, fingers trembling. The air smelled wrong, metallic, like copper pennies, like blood that's been frozen and thawed too many times. What would you do? Would you press that button? Would you listen to what's been broadcasting from an empty chair for 1,000 nights? I reached for the radio, and the red light began to pulse. My finger hovered over the button. The metal was so cold it burned. That red light pulsed in rhythm with something I couldn't name. My breath, my heartbeat. I'd lost track of which was which up here, where the air thinned and the scaffolding groaned against silence. 3 years. This radio had been missing for 3 years, and it was still on. I should have dropped it. Should have let chair 34 swing back down into darkness and never looked back. But you know what it's like, don't you? When something impossible demands an answer. When turning away feels more dangerous than facing it. My thumb pressed down. Static erupted. Not the gentle hiss of dead air, but something alive. Something clawing its way through frequencies. The speaker crackled, popped then, settled into a low rumble that vibrated against my palm. Then came the voice, my voice. Stop running the lift. The words were mine, the cadence, the slight catch on the R in running that I'd never been able to shake. But the tone sat wrong, flatter, emptier, like someone had scooped out everything human and left only the shell of sound. I fell from chair 3 years ago. My knees buckled. The platform's metal grating bit through my pants. I clutched the radio with both hands now, pulling it close even as every instinct screamed to hurl it into the abyss. They never found my body. Oh God, I am still falling. The static swelled. Underneath it, I heard wind. Not the wind up here on the platform, but a deeper howl, the sound of terminal velocity, of air rushing past at speeds that stripped skin from bone. At 2:14 a.m. I land. My watch. I needed to see my watch, but my hands wouldn't move. They gripped that radio like it was the only real thing left in the world. Do not be here when I land. The transmission cut. Just stopped. The red light blinked twice, then went dark. The radio's weight felt wrong now, too light, as if whatever had occupied it had already moved on. I forced my wrist up. The watch face glowed pale green in the darkness. 2:11 a.m. 3 minutes. The cable overhead began to sing, a high, thin note that didn't belong to wind or machinery. Below me, somewhere in that vast black throat of mountain night, something was accelerating toward the ground, toward me. And I finally understood why the figure in chair 34 had looked so familiar, why the handwriting in the security logs matched mine, why Jake never answered anymore. Because maybe I'd already landed 3 years ago. The singing grew louder, closer. The platform trembled beneath me, and I realized with sudden, crystalline horror that I was standing exactly where a body falling from chair 34 would. I ran. The platform trembled beneath my boots. That singing cable, metal screaming under impossible weight, chased me down the mountain. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The snow crunched too loud, my breath tore at my throat, and somewhere above me, something was falling. 2 minutes left. The maintenance shed appeared through the darkness, a gray smudge against white. I slammed through the door. Fluorescent lights buzzed awake, flickering twice before catching. The smell hit me, grease and rust and old paper. Rows of logbooks lined the metal shelving, spines labeled by year. 3 years ago, I tore volumes off the shelf. My hands shook. Pages flew open, dates blurring together. January. March, no. There, February 14th. My handwriting, oh God. The letters slanted exactly like mine. That same loop on the capital R the way I crossed my sevens. Incident report, chair 34, safety bar malfunction. I traced the words with my finger. The ink was real. The paper was real. Near miss. No injuries, but I don't remember this. Any of this. What would you do if you found proof you'd lived through something you couldn't recall? If your own hand testified against your memory? The lights flickered, once, twice. I flipped the page, There, clipped to the back of the report, a Polaroid photograph, faded. Timestamp in the corner, 2:14 a.m. It showed chair 34 at the base of the slope, safety bar twisted at an unnatural angle, and in the snow beneath it, a dark stain that shouldn't be shadow. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. The breathing wasn't mine. I stood frozen in the blackness, lungs locked, but the exhale, oh God, the exhale came from somewhere behind the filing cabinets. Wet, ragged. The shed door hung open, moonlight spilling across rusted metal shelves. And there, in the window glass, my reflection stared back. I blinked. It didn't. My hand lifted. My reflection's hand stayed at its side. Then its eyes closed and opened. 3 full seconds after mine. The air turned to ice in my throat. I stumbled backward, knocking against the doorframe, unable to look away from that hollow-eyed thing wearing my face. The mountain held its breath. No wind scraped the shed walls. No cables groaned under tension. The endless mechanical hum of the lift, the sound that had filled every shift for years, was gone. I stepped outside into snow that made no crunch beneath my boots. The silence pressed against my eardrums like deep water. Wrong. Everything was wrong. I turned toward the base lodge. The lights still burned, but they didn't flicker. The safety notices on the wall hung perfectly straight. My coffee mug sat on the desk, steam rising in a single unmoving column. The same mug, the same steam, every night. My knees buckled, the logbook, the incident report in my handwriting. Chair 34, February 14th, 3 years ago. The timestamp gaps, Jake's unreachable voicemail. The jacket I'd lost but still wore. I never left this mountain. I died here. And I've been running this shift ever since. The body is still falling. My watch face glowed in the darkness. 2:12 a.m. The radio on my belt crackled to life and my own voice whispered through the static. 2 minutes left. I run 2:13 a.m. My boots tear through snow toward the base lodge. The radio still crackles in my hand. My voice leaking from its speaker. I fell. I'm still falling. The lodge sits 50 yards downslope, so close. But the snow pulls against each step like wet cement. My legs pump harder. The distance doesn't shrink. Above me, the cable shrieks. Metal on metal. A sound that vibrates through my teeth, my ribs, my skull. I've heard machinery groan before, bearings wearing thin, bolts shearing loose. This is different. This is the mountain tearing itself apart. I stop running. What's the point? You can't outrun your own death. The cable screams louder. A piercing wail that splits the frozen air. I look up and watch the steel line whip sideways. Sparks fountain from the support tower. The smell of scorched metal floods my nose, sharp, acrid, wrong. Chair 34 plummets past me, empty, swinging on its broken coupling. It tumbles end over end, the safety bar flapping like a broken wing. I watch it fall, watch it disappear into the darkness below. No impact sound follows, just silence. Then my stomach lurches. Oh, I'm weightless. The snow is gone. The lodge is gone. There's nothing beneath my boots but black air. My arms pinwheel. My lungs suck in cold that burns. The ground rushes up. White slope, dark trees, the maintenance shed's rusted roof. 2:14 a.m. Impact. My vision shatters into fragments. pain everywhere and nowhere. I try to scream, but my lungs are collapsed, my ribs are splinters, my darkness, complete, total, the kind of dark that erases thought. Then, a hum, familiar, mechanical. The lift motor turning over, starting its cycle. And I'm still here. I woke to cold metal pressing into my spine. Chair 34, swaying upward through darkness. The cable ground overhead. That familiar rhythm I knew better than my own heartbeat. My breath fogged the air, slow and steady, as if I'd never stopped breathing. But I remembered the impact. The way my ribs had shattered like ice. The taste of blood flooding my throat. The absolute obliteration of static burst from the radio clipped to the safety bar. My radio, the one I'd found at the top station hours ago, or years ago. My hands trembled as I lifted my wrist. The watch glowed. 10:03 p.m. 10 p.m. The beginning. I leaned over the bar and stared down at the slope below. Pine trees cast skeletal shadows across white snow. No body lay crumpled near the maintenance shed. No blood spray. No torn fabric caught on branches. Just pristine powder glittering under starlight like nothing had ever touched it, like I'd never fallen. The radio crackled again. Stop running the lift. My own voice, distant and hollow. I fell from chair 34 3 years ago. At 2:14 a.m. I land. I pressed my palm against the seat. Cold vinyl. No warmth. No ghost riding beside me this time. Only me. I am still falling. The chair crested the first rise. Summit Ridge stretched ahead. 11,000 feet of frozen silence. The motor hummed its endless cycle. 4 hours until 2:14 a.m. 4 hours until I would run and fall and wake here again. How many times had I already lived this night? The radio hung from the bar, red power light glowing. I reached for it. Hesitated. Could I stop the lift? Derail the cycle somehow? Or was I the machine now, trapped in gears I'd been grinding for years, a ghost operating my own haunted mountain? The wind carried the scent of frost and pine, familiar, almost comforting. I wrapped my fingers around the radio. Maybe tonight would be different. Maybe tonight I'd remember how to die for real. The screen showed something that shouldn't exist. I leaned closer to the security monitor, eyes burning from the blue glow in the ferry's cabin. The cargo hold camera fed back grainy footage, all shadows and steel walls. But there, movement in the corner frame. A figure in a soaked uniform dragged something heavy across the deck plating. The sound of the engines thrummed through my boots, steady and low, but the cabin air smelled wrong. Rust, and something else. Lake water, cold and mineral thick, though I was 3 floors above an empty hold. The figure moved like it was underwater. Slow, deliberate. The canvas bundle behind it left a dark smear. My throat tightened. We didn't load cargo tonight. The manifest was empty. I'd checked it myself before we left North Dock. The figure stopped dragging, just stopped. Then it looked up at the camera. My hands went cold. The face staring back was mine. Same nose. Same scar through the left eyebrow from a childhood fall. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes were black. Fully black, liquid dripping from the hair, from the collar, pooling at the boots. Water running upward along the jaw, defying gravity. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that, drowning, but still moving? The mouth opened. No sound came through the monitor's static, but I felt the words in my chest. What was in that canvas bundle? My hand found the throttle, fingers trembling. The metal was ice cold under my palm, colder than it should have been in September. The duplicate on the screen blinked, 3 seconds after it should have. Then the engine died, the hum beneath my feet gone. The lights flickered once, twice. The cabin plunged into silence so complete I heard my own heartbeat hammering against my ribs. And that's when the footsteps started below deck. My mind dragged me back, 4 weeks earlier, before I understood what was waiting in that cargo hold. The return crossing from South Dock started normal enough. Engine humming steady, lake calm as black glass. But the ferry rode low in the water, stern dipping with each swell like we were hauling freight. The cargo manifest showed empty. I felt it through the deck plating. That wrong vibration, the groan of a hull under stress. The smell hit me next. Not diesel, not rust, something colder, like lake water in January, even though it was still September, still warm. Can you imagine that? A smell that feels like temperature. I descended to check the ballast tanks, flashlight beam cutting through the dark. Numbers on the gauge made no sense. Distribution balanced. Fuel levels normal. But the boat knew something I didn't. It settled deeper with every crossing, swallowing itself inch by inch into the lake. At North Dock, I found Perry smoking by the maintenance shed. "We're riding 4 inches low," I said. He exhaled through his nose. "Logs say you're empty." "I know what the logs say, I'm telling you, Graham." He dropped the cigarette, crushed it. "You filed 3 reports last month. Faulty depth finder, temperature anomalies. Christ, you measured the engine vibration with a ruler." He walked past me toward his truck. "Get some sleep." But I didn't sleep. I started logging everything. Water displacement, hull angle, weight distribution calculations scribbled in margins of my shift reports. Every night the numbers climbed. 200 pounds, 500, a ton. Something was accumulating in the hold, and whatever it was getting heavier. My phone buzzed against the metal console halfway through the crossing, the vibration lost beneath the engine's steady drone. I glanced down. Jillian's name glowed on the screen. "I'm going to my sister's in Spokane. Need space. Don't call tonight." The words sat there flat and final. No question mark. No opening for negotiation. I read them twice, my thumb hovering over the keyboard, but what could I say? That the boat was riding too low. That I'd measured the same phantom weight 3 nights running. She'd heard it all before. My obsessions, my theories, my refusal to let things go. The diesel smell seemed sharper suddenly, mixing with the cold that rose from the deck grates. I pocketed the phone, checked the time. 11:47. We were 12 miles from either shore now, suspended in the deepest part of the lake where the old channel ran. This was always the quietest stretch. No lights from either dock, just black water and blacker sky. But what happened next made everything else seem trivial. The phone signal dropped. Not unusual out here. I reached for the radio to check in with dispatch, more from habit than necessity. Static. I adjusted the frequency, tried again. Nothing but white noise crackling like something alive. "Dispatch, this is Cascade Ferry, over." The static swallowed my voice. I cycled through every channel, emergency, weather, marine band, all dead. Just that hissing emptiness, the kind that makes you aware of how alone you really are. Can you imagine it? 12 miles from shore, no contact, no wife waiting at home, just you and a boat that's sinking lower every night for reasons you can't explain. The engine hummed beneath my feet, steady as a heartbeat. And then I heard it, metal groaning, deep below the cargo hold door, opening. I hadn't touched it, hadn't been down there in hours, but something had. I grabbed the flashlight. My hand shook as I pointed the beam at the cabin door, but I couldn't make myself go down there. Not yet. Instead, I turned to my logbook on the console, flipping it open to distract myself from the echoing silence below. The familiar weight of routine. Log the crossing. Note the time. Document everything Perry dismissed. But something slipped out from between the pages. A laminated sheet, yellowed at the edges. I caught it before it hit the floor, and the moment my fingers touched the surface, cold radiated up my wrist. The kind of cold that comes from deep water, from places the sun never reaches. I held it under the chart light. Cascade Lake Ferry Service. Passenger and crew manifest. September 1996. My throat tightened. The list of names blurred, then sharpened. I scanned down the crew roster, not sure what I was looking for, but something inside me already knew. There. Lockwood Graham, deckhand, status, lost at sea, September 14th. I read it again. Then again, my name, my full name. Today was September 12th. The paper smelled like rust and deep water, so strong I could taste iron on my tongue. How was that possible? It was laminated, sealed. Nothing should get through. But the scent clung to my hands, thick and ancient. I didn't put this here. I'd used this logbook yesterday. This morning. The pages had been empty except for my own notes, my own handwriting tracking the weight that kept increasing, the ballast readings that made no sense. So who had? And why did the manifest list a date? That hadn't happened yet. The county library archives smelled like rot and old newsprint. I showed up when they opened, hands still shaking from the manifest. The clerk barely looked at me before pointing to the microfiche machines in the back corner. I found it in 20 minutes. September 14th, 1996. Ferry disaster on Cascade Lake. 7 crew members lost. No bodies recovered despite 3 weeks of searching. The vessel had been decommissioned, records sealed. Can you imagine reading about your own death? Knowing it's scheduled in 2 days, I scrolled faster. My eyes burned from the blue light. There had to be more. Some explanation that didn't involve. A witness statement stopped me cold. The sole survivor, a maintenance worker named Chen, described the hours before the sinking. He mentioned a deckhand who'd appeared on shift that final night. No one recognized him. Chen said the man looked like he'd been underwater for days before he ever stepped aboard. Skin gray, uniform dripping even in dry air, eyes that didn't quite focus. My throat closed. The article included a police sketch based on Chen's description. Someone had drawn the face with careful detail. Hollow cheeks, dark matted hair, the unmistakable set of the jaw. I knew that face. I'd seen it in a photo on my mother's nightstand for 20 years before she died. The same photo I kept in my wallet now, creased and faded. The sketch looked exactly like my father. But what I discovered in the incident report filed 3 days after the sinking, the report marked classified and somehow left in the public archive. That changed everything I thought I knew about the night he disappeared. I drove back to the ferry in silence. The lake stretched black beyond my headlights, swallowing the road's edge. My shift started at midnight, 3 hours ago, and Perry's voicemail said he'd covered it, wondering where the hell I was. I didn't call back. What would I say? That I'd seen my father's face in a report from before I was born. The North Dock floodlights buzzed overhead as I parked. The ferry was already mid-lake, autopilot engaged, returning from its second crossing. I stood on the empty dock and watched it cut through the darkness, a slow-moving shadow trailing diesel fumes and the smell of rust carried on the wind. When it docked, I boarded without checking in. The cabin was cold, too cold for September. I adjusted the thermostat, but the dial felt strange under my fingers, slick, almost wet. At 3:07 a.m. I heard it, drip, 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 water striking metal, slow, rhythmic, coming from the stern deck. I grabbed my flashlight, stepped outside. The beam cut through the fog rolling off the lake, and that's when I saw them. Footprints, wet, barefoot, leading from the ladder that descended to the waterline across the deck, straight toward the cabin door. Can you imagine standing there, 12 miles from shore, knowing you've been alone this entire crossing? I followed them. Each print glistened under my light, water pooling in the treads of the deck plating. They were fresh, so fresh the edges hadn't dried yet. The smell hit me then like water and something metallic like blood mixed with rust. The trail led into the cabin, across the floor, and stopped, right at my chair, not faded, not smudged, just stopped, as if whoever left them had simply vanished mid-step. My chest tightened. I turned slowly, scanning the cramped space. Empty, but my logbook lay open on the console. I hadn't left it open. I stepped closer, the flashlight trembling in my grip. The page showed tomorrow's date, September 13th, and beneath it, handwriting I recognized immediately because it was mine. It's already happened. But the real horror was what I noticed next. I closed the logbook. My hand wouldn't stop shaking. The cabin air had turned cold, colder than the September night should allow. My breath misted. I forced myself to look at the clock mounted above the radio console, 2:47 a.m. The second hand jerked, stopped, then, oh God, it ticked backward, click, click, click. Each sound sharp as a bone breaking in the silence. 2:46, 2:45. I fumbled for my phone, hands clumsy with fear. You ever try to hold something steady when every instinct screams to run? I pressed record and aimed the camera at the clock face. The lens struggled to focus in the dim instrument light, but the backwards march of time was unmistakable. 44, 43. The diesel smell in the cabin thickened, mixing with something else. Wet canvas, rust, that metallic taste that coats your tongue before a storm. The ferry groaned beneath me. Not the familiar settling of an old vessel, but a deep shudder that climbed through the deck plates into my bones. I kept filming. Evidence. Proof. Something to show I wasn't losing my mind. The clock reached 2:39, and the impossible made itself known in ways I couldn't have prepared for. I stopped recording. My thumb trembled over the playback button. Part of me knew I shouldn't watch it. But what choice did I have? I tapped the screen. The footage showed the clock, ticking backward, and there in the cabin window behind where I'd been standing, a figure, dark fairy uniform, dripping me. But I'd been alone. The reflection's mouth moved in the grainy phone footage. No sound, but I could read the lips forming words in perfect sync. You have to finish the route. The phone slipped from my grip, clattered to the floor. Below, in the cargo hold, metal shrieked against metal. A sound like the entire hull was bending under impossible weight. The ferry listed 3 degrees to port, then 5. Something down there had just gotten heavier, and whatever it was, it wanted me to keep sailing. I grabbed the flashlight. My hand shook so badly the beam danced across the cabin walls, but I couldn't wait any longer. The ferry groaned beneath me, listing harder to port with every minute. Whatever was down there, it wanted me to see. The stairs to the cargo hold felt narrower than usual, the metal handrail slick under my palm. Each step rang out, a hollow clang that echoed back wrong, like someone was climbing behind me in reverse. The air grew colder as I descended, thick with the smell of rust and something else. Deep water, like water that hadn't seen sunlight in decades. At the bottom, I stopped, listened. Drip, drip, drip. The sound came from the far corner, beyond the empty cargo straps and tie-down rings bolted to the floor. I swept the flashlight across the hold, and the beam caught on standing water pooling near the starboard bulkhead. The ferry didn't leak. I'd inspected every seal myself, but what I saw next made my breath catch. A figure stood in the shadows beside something large wrapped in canvas. The bundle sagged against the wall, dark water streaming from its folds, spreading across the floor in slow rivulets. And the figure, oh God, the figure wore a fairy uniform, soaked through, dripping. It turned to face me, my exact face. But the skin was too pale, almost gray, and water ran from its hair in steady streams that should have stopped by now. Its eyes, black, not just the pupils, everything, like staring into the lake itself at midnight. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that, standing there, impossible, real? Its lips moved, my lips. The voice came a half-second later, like an echo trying to catch up. You're the one who's late. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The flashlight beam trembled in my grip. It tilted its head, the movement too slow, too smooth. Water dripped from its chin, hitting the floor with that same rhythmic sound. Drip, drip, drip. I've been waiting since 1996. The canvas bundle shifted behind it. Something inside moved. And that's when I smelled it. The metallic tang of old blood mixed with deep water. The thing wrapped in canvas. It wasn't cargo. What was in there would change everything I thought I knew about my father's death. The duplicate's mouth moved, but the sound came a half-second later, like watching a badly synced film. September 14th, 1996, it said. 2:47 a.m. The ferry went down in 12 seconds. I pressed my back against the steel wall. Cold seeped through my uniform. The cargo hold stank of rust and deep water. Time doesn't break clean, the thing wearing my face continued. It folds, creases. You're standing in the crease, Graham. My name in my own voice made my stomach turn. The manifest, I whispered. My name was your father's root, his son. You, the duplicate, stepped closer. Water dripped from its sleeve, pooling at my feet. Descendant and ghost, both. Can you understand that? No, I couldn't. But what I understood next was worse. The canvas bundle behind it shifted. A hand slipped out. Gray, bloated wedding ring catching the beam of my dropped flashlight. I knew that ring. Gold band, single scratch across the top. Dad, I breathed. He never left the hold, the duplicate said. Neither did I, neither will you. Unless you finish what he couldn't. The boat listed further. Somewhere above, metal groaned. I thought of Jillian's last text, her sister's place in Spokane, the life I'd been too obsessed to hold on to. Complete the route, my double whispered. Dock at South Terminal or sink here now and let it all fold again. My hand found the railing. The steel was ice against my palm. If I dock, the loop closes, your father rests. You live. And if I sink, its black eyes reflected nothing. Then September 14th happens forever. The engine shuddered below us. I had maybe 2 minutes before the list became irreversible. Dock or sink, save myself, or join the crease. What would you do when the choice isn't between right and wrong, but between ending and repeating? I ran for the stairs. I burst into the wheelhouse, grabbed the throttle, spun the wheel hard starboard. The engine screamed, protested. I didn't care. Through the window, dawn light bled across the horizon, pale and cold. The shoreline rushed closer, rocks, trees. Not the dock, never the dock again. The hull shrieked as it struck bottom, metal tearing through sand and stone. I braced against the console as the ferry lurched, groaned, died. Silence. The diesel stink hung thick in the air. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I turned. The duplicate stood in the doorway, dripping, watching. Then it wasn't, gone like it had never been there at all. I stumbled down to the deck. Morning air bit at my face, sharp and real. The ferry sat crooked on the beach, listing to port. Waves lapped at the stern. My radio crackled to life. Dispatch, Coast Guard. Perry's panicked voice demanding to know what happened. I told them about the canvas bundle. They came with lights and cameras and questions I couldn't answer. The bundle lay in the cargo hold, still leaking dark water. When they unzipped it, I looked away. But I heard them say the name. Thomas Lockwood, my father. Missing since 1996. I'd found him. What I didn't understand yet was how many times I'd found him before. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Jillian's name on the screen. Graham, where are you? You didn't come home last night. Her voice. Warm, concerned, not distant, not leaving. I thought. You said you were going to Spokane. Spokane? Why would I? Are you okay? I pulled the phone away, checked the date. September 12th. Not the 14th. Not the day after. The beginning. I stared at the ferry, half sunk in morning light, at the police pulling my father from the hold, at the lake stretching endlessly behind us. The route wasn't broken. It had just started over. And somewhere in the cargo hold's shadow, I knew. Water was already beginning to pool. I counted 16 people. There should have been 15. I ran the numbers twice, standing at the edge of Blackridge Dark Sky Preserve with my clipboard rattling in the night wind. Pine needles crunched beneath my boots. 15 registered attendees for the Perseid Meteor Shower Tour. But 16 bodies scattered across the field, silhouettes hunched over telescopes, breath misting in the August cold. The 16th stood 30 feet away, wearing my jacket, my exact jacket, North face left pocket torn from last year's barbed wire incident. He held something slim and red in his hand, my laser pointer, the one currently clipped to my belt. Can you imagine that? Seeing yourself across an empty field at 2 in the morning, I walked toward him. Gravel crunched too loud. He turned and oh, God, his face was mine but older, decades older. Scars carved lines across his cheeks, geometric patterns that caught the starlight. When he exhaled, his breath came out in a visible cloud despite the mild temperature. It smelled wrong, metallic, like sucking on old coins. "You need to leave," he said. His voice was mine, eroded by exhaustion. "All of you, 237, you have 53 minutes. What are you, meteorite impact, center of the field?" He grabbed my arm. His fingers were ice. "I've tried 6 times. They never listen." That's when I heard it, high above, cutting through the cricket's song. A whistling, thin, distant, growing. "Everyone back to the vehicles," I shouted, spinning toward the group. "Now, this isn't. Is this part of the tour?" Rachel called back, laughing. They thought I was joking. I wasn't joking. The whistling grew louder, and I realized something that made my stomach drop. Why his scars looked like coordinates. I gasped awake in the van. The smell hit me first, cold coffee and paper, the familiar mustiness of star charts piled on the passenger seat. My hands trembled against the steering wheel. Outside, voices drifted through the darkness. Cheerful casual, setting up tripods, adjusting telescope mounts. No, 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 I pressed my palms against my chest, my stomach, my face, skin intact. No burns, no blood. The screaming still echoed in my skull. That high, horrible whistling, and then the impact, the flash that turned night into white fire. But my body bore no evidence of what I'd just lived through. The dashboard clock read 1:45 a.m. I stumbled out. The field stretched before me exactly as it had an hour ago, or would be in 52 minutes. Rachel was crouched beside her telescope, breath misting in the October air. Keith argued with someone about parking angles. Melissa adjusted her camera strap. "Alive, all of them alive. We have to leave." My voice cracked. "Right now, all of you." Rachel looked up. "Derek, you okay? There's going to be an impact." 237. A meteorite, I've seen it, Whoa, hey. Keith stepped closer, hands raised like I was a spooked animal. "What ray you talking about? How do you explain dying? How do you make someone believe they have 51 minutes left unless they run? Please." I hated the tremor in my voice, the desperation leaking through. "I know how this sounds, but you have to trust me. Derek." Rachel's tone shifted, softer now. "Concerned, the way you'd speak to someone fragile. Did you hit your head or something?" "I'm not." The words died in my throat. Because at the field's edge, where pine shadows bled into starlight, something moved. A figure, watching. And I recognized the jacket it wore. I waited at the tree line. But the figure never came. No duplicate, no scarred face. Just wind through the pines and the smell of sap mixed with something sharp I couldn't name. I circled the field twice, pulse hammering against my ribs, but found only Rachel adjusting her telescope and Keith laughing at something on his phone. The absence felt worse than the presence. I forced myself to breathe, to wait. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe without the other me, without the panic, I could simply convince them to leave before 2:37. But when I approached at 2:15, voice steady, hands open, Rachel cut me off. "Derek, we talked about this. Please just listen." "No." Keith stepped closer, phone already out. "I'm calling someone, you need help." The cold air bit through my jacket, not his. What would you do if no one believed the truth clawing up your throat? At 2:20, I stopped asking. I grabbed Melissa's arm, thin fabric bunching under my fingers, and pulled. She screamed. Keith tackled me into frozen grass that crunched like teeth, and I tasted copper and dirt. I kicked free, lunged for Rachel, dragged her 3 steps before hands yanked me backward. "You're insane," Keith's voice sounded, delayed, like an echo arriving too late. They held me down. I stopped fighting at 2:35. Just watched the stars overhead, tried to memorize constellations I'd never see again. At 2:37, the sky didn't fall. It tore. A sound like fabric ripping, but vast, so vast it vibrated in my bones. Light flooded the field, white and hungry, turning shadows inside out. Heat slammed into my face. Someone was screaming my name, but the syllables stretched and warped, and darkness swallowed the light. I woke screaming in the van, dashboard clock glowing 1:45, and the screaming wouldn't stop because the sound was coming from me. But this time, my hands were shaking for a different reason. I stopped screaming after the first minute. 1:45, again. The van smelled like cold coffee and my own sweat. My hands, oh God, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I grabbed the clipboard from the passenger seat, metal clip cold against my palm, and started writing. Everything, every single detail I could remember. Rachel arrives first. Blue parka. Sets up telescope northeast corner. Keith second, red flashlight, argues about parking. Melissa third. I wrote faster, the pencil scratching rhythm keeping me sane. If I documented everything, I could find the pattern. I could fix this. By 2:15, I'd filled 3 pages. The group moved like actors following a script I'd memorized. Rachel adjusted her tripod. Keith complained about the cold. Melissa attached her camera. I checked my notes, checked the field, checked again. And that's when I saw it. Rachel's telescope had a scratch along the left side of the barrel, a thin white line catching starlight. I stared at it, my chest tightening. That scratch. It hadn't been there before, I was certain. 3 loops of watching her set up that exact telescope, and the scratch was new. "Everything okay, Derek?" Rachel's voice cut through my thoughts. "Your telescope," I said, stepping closer. "When did you scratch it?" She frowned, running her finger along the mark. "Oh, that happened last week when Keith." His voice behind me. "Keith, you mentioned your wife earlier." He turned, breath misting in the frigid air. "Yeah. What about her?" My notes trembled in my grip. In the first loop, Keith had been alone, complained about being single. Now he had a wife he'd mentioned casually, like she'd always existed. The field felt colder. Wrong. What would you do if reality started rewriting itself around you? And you were the only one who remembered what it used to be. I worked fast. If reality itself was unraveling, then words wouldn't save them. The spark plugs came out easily, cold metal biting my fingertips. Rachel's sedan, Keith's truck, Melissa's compact. One by one, I disabled every vehicle in the dirt lot, my breath fogging in the November chill. The forest pressed close around me, pine sap thick in the air. 2 minutes past 2. I'd barely straightened when footsteps crunched behind me. "What the hell are you doing?" Keith's voice, sharp, angry. I turned, spark plug still in my palm. "Getting you out of here." But Rachel was already at her hood and Melissa was running toward the others. Therefore my window collapsed. Shouts erupted. Hands grabbed my arms. My clipboard clattered to the dirt. "He sabotaged the cars. Call the police. There's no signal out here, just hold him." They forced me down, knees in the cold earth. Keith's grip on my shoulder felt like iron and I couldn't break free, couldn't make them understand. "Have you ever tried to save someone who thinks you're the threat?" "Please," I gasped. "Please at 2:37, shut up." Keith's face was inches from mine. "You're done." The minutes bled away. 20 past 2, 30. I stopped struggling, stopped begging. My knees went numb against the frozen ground. At 2:36, I smelled it. Burnt metal, cold breath against my neck. He stood among them now, my older self, face carved with scars that looked like star charts, weeping. His mouth didn't move, but I heard the words inside my skull. "You can't save them." The sky began to scream. I woke gasping, loop 7, maybe 8. The van's interior looked wrong. I couldn't place it. Same coffee-stained cup holder. Same folded star charts. But the angle of the driver's seat felt off, like someone else had been sitting there. Outside, voices murmured in the darkness, setting up telescopes. Again, I stumbled into the field and froze. The tree line, it was different. The tall pine that always leaned slightly left now stood straight. A cluster of birches had vanished entirely, replaced by dense undergrowth that looked decades old. Had they always been there? My memory felt like wet paper tearing at the edges. "Derek, you okay?" Rachel's voice. I turned. Her face, wasn't it? Same dark hair pulled back, same concerned eyes, but her jawline seemed sharper, cheekbones higher. Or had I simply forgotten what she really looked like? "Yeah," I managed. "Just tired." Keith walked past, lugging equipment. His wedding ring caught the moonlight. He'd been married in loop 4, single in loop 2. I couldn't remember anymore what was real. Can you imagine losing track of people's faces, of trees, of your own memories? The cold hit differently tonight, bit deeper. I checked my watch, 1:53, still early. Maybe I could. Then I smelled it. Burnt metal, sharp and nauseating like inhaling copper shavings. The temperature dropped so fast my breath turned to fog. He stood at the field's edge, my older self, already. It wasn't even 2 o'clock yet. His scars looked deeper, fresh, weeping. His mouth opened. "You're becoming," cold breath washed over me, tasted like blood and electricity. I looked down at my hands. Thin white lines traced across my palms. New scars forming as I watched. The same pattern that covered his ruined face. And I understood with absolute certainty what those coordinates meant. I stepped out of the van and saw myself standing by the tree line. 3 of me, all scarred, all wearing my jacket, my boots, my face carved with white lines that glowed faintly in the darkness. They stood at different points around the field's perimeter, motionless as fence posts, eyes fixed on nothing. My palms burned where the scars had appeared an hour ago, or a lifetime ago. I couldn't tell anymore. Rachel walked past the nearest one, tripod slung over her shoulder. She didn't flinch, didn't even glance at him. "Rachel," I called, my voice cracking. "Do you see?" "Derek, hey," she smiled, adjusting her telescope case. "You okay? You look pale." The version of me standing 12 feet behind her didn't move, didn't breathe. His chest was perfectly still and frost crept across his collar despite the August heat. "There's someone," I pointed. She turned, looked directly at him, through him. "Just us night owls," she said, already walking away toward her usual set-up spot. I approached the nearest duplicate slowly, my boots crunching gravel that his feet made no sound on. Up close I could smell it, that burnt metal odor, thick as smoke. His scars formed patterns I'd started to recognize, coordinates, dates, times. "Who are you?" I whispered. His eyes didn't shift, didn't blink. I reached out. My fingers passed through cold air 6 inches from his shoulder, and pain shot up my arm like frostbite. I jerked back, gasping. What would you do if you saw yourself dying in slow motion, and no one else could see it happening? The hours dragged. I tried to focus on the group, Melissa adjusting her camera, Keith arguing about the best observation angle, but my attention kept snapping back to them. The 3 failures, the 3 endings. At 2:15 they moved, not toward the group, toward me. Their footsteps made no sound, but I felt them, vibrations through the earth that matched my own heartbeat. They formed a triangle around me, closing in with mechanical precision. At 2:30 exactly they stopped, inches away. Their mouths opened in perfect synchronization, and cold breath washed over my face as they spoke with one voice, layered and echoing like a canyon. "We are the loop. We are the impact." The scars on their faces began to glow brighter, and I felt my own skin splitting open to join them. The pain stopped. I stumbled backward, but the 3 versions didn't follow. They remained motionless, arranged in a perfect triangle around me. The luminescence faded from their scars. My own skin sealed itself. No blood, no wound. Just thin white lines etched across my forearms like fresh burns. I could still hear Rachel calling telescope coordinates behind me. She hadn't noticed anything. None of them ever did. My hands trembled as I lifted my right arm toward the starlight. The scars weren't random. I'd been so focused on surviving, on warning, on evacuating. But these marks formed patterns. Angles, degrees, minutes, seconds. Celestial coordinates. 20 years of guiding meteor showers, and I'd never seen it. The oldest version's face. Those deep grooves I thought were just trauma. They mapped a section of sky. I turned to the nearest duplicate, forcing myself to look closely at the marks carved into his cheek. Right ascension, declination, precise measurements. Would you believe me if I told you my own scars itched in response? A cold burning sensation, like frostbite spreading beneath the skin. I fumbled for the laser pointer in my jacket pocket. The metal felt too warm against my palm, as if it had been resting near a fire. The others were settling into their observation positions now. Keith adjusting his camera tripod. Melissa spreading her blanket on the damp grass. 2:28 a.m. 9 minutes left. I aimed the laser pointer toward the sky, hands shaking so badly the green beam wavered. I traced the pattern from my forearm first, a simple line, 47 degrees from horizontal. Then the second scar, the third. Each line intersected with the others. The beam converged on a single point, not where I'd been watching all these loops, not the southeastern sky where meteorites usually appeared in October. This was wrong. The coordinates pointed northwest toward a region that should have been below the horizon at this latitude. But there it was, a star I'd never noticed before, faint, pulsing. The color was off too red, almost infrared, like watching something through a heat signature camera. My breath caught. The smell hit me then, metallic and sharp like ozone after lightning, but underneath it's something organic, rotting. I lowered the pointer. All three duplicates had turned to face the same direction, their heads tilted at identical angles, staring at that impossible star. Oh, the loops weren't trying to prevent an impact. They were echoes, ripples moving backward through time from something that hadn't arrived yet, but would. And when it did, there would be no reset at 1:45 a.m. I had to be at the center. The thought arrived with a certainty that tasted like copper. The coordinates mapped onto my arms, the red star pulsing overhead. They all converged on one point, the exact spot where the meteorite would strike. I turned from the three scarred versions of myself and ran, not away, toward. Rachel shouted something behind me, but I was already screaming at the group to get to their cars. Now, this time I didn't explain. I shoved Keith toward the dirt road. Melissa dropped her camera. I didn't care. I grabbed telescopes and hurled them into the pine trees. They scattered. Finally. Their headlights bounced down the access road, red tail lights shrinking to embers. The field emptied. The silence that followed pressed against my eardrums like deep water. 2:36 a.m. I walked to the field center and stopped. The grass here felt wrong beneath my boots, flattened, scorched though it looked green. I exhaled slowly, watching my breath fog in the August heat. Impossible, but there it was. Then I smelled it. My own breath, metallic, burnt, just like theirs. Can you imagine understanding you've been running from yourself? That every warning, every loop, every scar was just an echo trying to remember how to die properly. The older versions of me emerged from the dark, not three anymore, dozens, circling. Their scars glowed faint red, matching the star overhead. They moved closer, steps synchronized with my racing heartbeat. The sky split open, not with sound, with pressure. The air turned solid, then shattered. I looked up into a wound of light that shouldn't exist, and the older selves stepped into me, through me, merging. Their memories flooded in. I saw the first loop, the first impact, the way my body had vaporized before my brain registered the flash. I'd been dead since the beginning, but if I was dead, what had been resetting the loop? White light burned through my eyelids. I woke to the rhythmic beep of monitors, the chemical sting of disinfectant, the scratch of starched sheets against my skin. My throat felt raw. How long had I been screaming? A nurse appeared, middle-aged, kind eyes. She touched my wrist, checking my pulse the old-fashioned way. "Mr. Ashford, you're in County General. You've been unconscious for 3 weeks. 3 weeks." I tried to speak. My voice cracked. The meteorite. 40 miles from town," she said gently. "You're very lucky they found you alone in the field." Alone. The word hit like cold water. I sat up too fast. The room tilted. "The group," I rasped. 15 people. Where her expression changed, sympathy mixed with something else, caution. The detective will want to speak with you. She didn't answer the question. That told me everything. They brought me a mirror when I asked. My hands shook as I held it. My face looked thinner, older, but recognizable. Then I saw it. A thin white scar along my left temple, delicate, precise. It hadn't been there before. Can you imagine tracing a mark on your own skin and knowing you died to earn it? The detective came that afternoon, rumpled suit, tired voice. He placed an evidence bag on the table beside my bed. Inside, a twisted piece of metal, my laser pointer, melted into an impossible shape. 15 people reported at the site that night, he said quietly. We found their vehicles, their equipment, no bodies, no blood, no tracks leading away. I stared at the melted metal. You were holding this when the Rangers found you. I looked past him to the wall clock, white face, black hands, 2:37. The second hand didn't move. I checked my watch. It ticked normally, 3:15 in the afternoon. But the wall clock stayed frozen. The detective followed my gaze, frowned. Maintenance must have forgotten to change the battery, he muttered. He left. The nurse left. I lay alone